Good morning, everyone. How are we doing out there? Great to see all of you today. We are getting started in just one moment. I'm just going to grab a drink and then we will get a move on. Shout out to Matt for that resub at tier 1. Absolute legend. Good to see you, Matt. Okie dokie. Right. We should be able to get to press this button. Ooh, all dark. Ooh, spooky. There's just a chair in the corner. How horrifying. How is everybody doing? Great to see you all. It is indeed Winky's favorite chair. How are you all doing this morning? Great to see you all. Let me do some reading through. I mean, I know that Temperius and Was It were both here bright and early because they were doing emotes while the room was in emote-only mode, which was very funny. So shout out to all of you. Let me do some good mornings to everybody. Big shout out, of course, Was It? Temperius have been here, very early. Good morning to Balthazar, Nullwolf, Luther, Deorsia, Dream Diva, Mirror, LFC Board Guy. Good morning to all of you. Sabu, good morning. Pan Meowgi, yourself, how are you doing, bud? Nellis, hope you're doing well. I hope that your PC is recovering. If you can see the sentient orb of death, still, let me know. You shouldn't still be able to see it. Good morning to Matt. Yep, thank you very much for that, sir, buddy. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Detnus Hart, Warner, Sorian, the Lady Emily, Foolish Sasquatch. Good morning to all of you. Royal Icing, hello. Sentzon, good morning. Indie Rat, hello. Gummy Worm, good morning. Phaser Sup, good morning. Thank you for the follow, Phasers. Good to see you, bud. Numbers Bob, good morning. Mooberion, hello. Hello, Automod. Oh, yes, Mirror got slapped by Automod again, as Mirror often does. Gundorf, good morning to you, buddy. Life according to Bird, good morning. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the Kurt starting now screen. I just last week was like, you know what, Nellis? I would really like a K-pop Demon Hunters, but of me, Thor, and Winky. Can you make this happen? And then Nellis was like, for fuck's sake, fine. Stop sending me low-res images for it. Oh. Sindri, good morning. How are you doing? Let me keep scrolling. Sorian, good morning. Lilithian, Stunzia, hello. I've got some things to show off today. Exciting things. The cursed images broke his computer. It could be the images were so cursed that they did in fact break Nellis's PC. That could even be a thing. You never know. Maury Hunter and Orbital Rock, good morning to both of you. Alpha, how are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. So this morning I've been setting up the eye tracker, which is very exciting, as I'm sure all of you will agree. Certainly a thing. It certainly didn't confuse me when it was like, yeah, you need to go live to finish the setup, and I was like, okay. You want to redo one of the images, but your PC broke before that. You have on your list for after. Fine. Ultimately, dude, I know how horrible it is when a PC breaks and breaks down. Like it's the worst thing. I'm not going to add any pressure on you, dude. I know that you're doing what you can, and until then, all I can offer is my support and my hopes and prayers. I understand it's going to take a while. I've told Thor about it. Manage the expectations. So that's all I can do on that side. You'll be all right, bud. We're just once your computer's back up and running, give me a shout, as you know. Can you schedule showing that sometime outside 11:30 and 12 UTC/GMT? You've got a work meeting at that time. We can do that. I can show them now. A wizard in Thor's chat turned me into bread. I can eat bread, so that's fine. Box 1. box 2, boxes 3 and 4. If I'm the patron of, I'll take that, Caretaker. That is the kindest thing to say to me, that I'm the patron of cats. Love that. Boxes 5 and 6 are the heavy ones, because these are the flight stick bases. Oh. And then these are the desk mounts. The box for Bailey is already the one that all of these came in, and I've already put that in the living room for him, that he's currently kind of, I think he's, last I checked, he was asleep inside of it, or he'd taken a blanket inside of it to turn it into a bed. Yes, flight sticks. So, you know how you have like a joystick? If you're doing flight sims, you will often go into kind of greater, not detail necessarily, but you'll go into a different level of need, where rather than just needing, you know, a simple joystick, you want a couple of flight sticks, because you're doing space sims. Where's Winky? There's only an empty chair. Winky's sleeping right now, Cherry. Don't worry, he's okay. Winky's okay. He's just sleeping. The last I've not played Space Engineers for a very, very long time. Bailey likes boxes, but he prefers flat cardboard, or his favorite thing, like a brown paper bag. Absolutely loves it. Sometimes you get Amazon deliveries here in the UK. I'm not sure if it's the same everywhere. I imagine it is, knowing how large Amazon is. But like, they'll give it to you in like a kind of like a brown paper bag rather than an actual box. I can't throw those away. I'm not allowed to throw those away. There's one on my bedroom floor that Bailey will run into the room and just go and sit on that little square, and then he'll start shouting at me because it's his favorite spot in my room. I don't know why, but he's a cat. So, the first box that I've just opened up, chat. Okay, that wasn't really what I wanted to do. Bubble wrap. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's, here you go. Here's some bubble wrap for you, chat. You hear that? You want some popping of the bubble wrap? I don't know if any of that came across the microphone, but if you can't enjoy it, at least trust that I'm enjoying it. Did I get desk mounts? You mean like these? So this is what that looks like. So as you can see, it's basically a mount that is designed to clip underneath the desk once it's adjusted to the right height. Is there? How does this? Review the pre-flight checklist before taking off. I'm assuming this QR code on the back is what I need to follow. Dunzia is indeed a legend for this. So can I send this to myself? That would be nice. That didn't work the way I wanted it to. Luther, you might end up getting, because you're high up my list of DMs, you might end up getting used as a repository today, where I send all of the links that I need to you, so I can open them on stream most easily. Because for some reason my phone's connection on Chrome isn't working. So if I do this, and then I do this, you guys should be able to see what I can see, which is my browser window. So the first thing we're setting up is going to be, I think it's called the VPC Desk Mount S. There we go. Yeah, it is here. This is the part where my eyes don't work. Maybe I should start off with some of these. Nope, that's not the right one. Where is Winky? Winky's sleeping right now. I do let Winky sleep. I know that it's alarming. Oh, is this the V3 or the V4? I'm going to assume it's the V4 because it's brand new. Actually, this might be a good time. You guys can see what I'm freaking out about if I do this. If I turn this on, can you guys see that now? I like that you guys can see what I look at when I look at it on the main screen. It's kind of nice. You can also see how erratic my eye movements are. Oh my god. Remove the highlighted rubber pad. Okay, that definitely works. Need a H5 hex key, which I possibly have. Just here. I don't, however, have a. Are we playing? What do you mean? Are we playing the horse game with? So I can turn that one off, but I could turn on. I'll turn that off for now. Is there flight sticks for horse tracking? Because that would be very funny, but I imagine that would require quite a lot of work to get set up if it wasn't already included by native. Like if it wasn't intentional, nice little sticker that came with this. Then I can't imagine I would necessarily want to be doing a huge amount of work where I'm making the game work with sticks. That doesn't seem like it would be that much fun. I'm going to be really honest with you. It doesn't see. Someone could. That someone is not me. Not that technically informed. Going to be really honest. Just fix my chat working properly. Someone, I do agree though. Probably someone like Matt. Hello. What's going on in here, baby boy? Hey. Okay, I'm just going to feed him quickly because his food bowl is empty. And then I'm going to grab a wrench and I'll be right back. So I'm going to go and grab one of these. Give me just a second. Ooh. There we go. I have received what I call a spanner, but is actually technically a wrench. Okay, so we remove. Can you dodge a wrench? No, but I can dodge a ball, which is, I think, better. No, what do you know? How is everyone doing out there today, though? What have you been up to over the weekend? What have you been playing? Looking forward to? Just generally having fun, really. That went the wrong way. The highlighted gap, once that is up, should be desk plus or plus 2 mm. Well, it's definitely not there. So, have I heard the last Caretaker? I have. That might be one of the games that we play today. I think I can loosen this off enough that the whole bolt comes off, and I can change it like this, which is just a lot easier. You've been reorganizing your room. You're in a lot of random crap. Oh, you've been playing a lot of The Last Caretaker. How have you been finding it? Just another. I've seen quite a lot of good stuff about the game, but I haven't actually played it myself, obviously, or watched anyone play it yet since full launch. That only came out like last week, I think, didn't it? It's obviously very much up my alley because it's a survival crafting game. It's very similar to things like Raft, as far as I understand it. Robot Raft, according to Baru. Yeah, that's how I've broadly seen it. That's the idea I had of it in my head. Oh, there is something I can say, though, that will make Mirror very excited. I have, and can confirm, ensured that I have a copy of, what's the word? Fallout 76. So we will be ready to play that in December when the new patch comes out. If Mirror can remind me what day it is that the patch comes out. Oh, well, I'm very glad. Thank you for being here, Bomber Treble. I hope that you're doing well. Hope you enjoy the stream. We're currently just messing around, setting up some flight stick stuff with the community. So I'm not as focused as I would normally or potentially otherwise be, but I'm definitely just working this out as I go along and only vaguely following the instructions. I mean, very fun stuff. That is, yeah, I would say, yes, very fun. That's not the best way that's going to work because of where the leg of the table is. Where can that go? That can go there. And then it goes that way. It goes up. Trying to get it to fit with my desk mat is also important. $76 is literally 4 with friends and fishing and better building out. See, that's what I'm kind of wanted from it more than anything. I think that's what a lot of people wanted from Fallout 76 when it came out. And I think the problem that we had was that it wasn't Fallout 4 because it fundamentally lacked that NPC experience. Am I going to fly with a warplane? I'm thinking more like war spaceship. Okay, that first one is really, really securely. Do I have some coding experience? I did HTML coding when I was in... Oh, sorry, 1 second. I'm just trying to do this lever up. Ow. I mean, that's so secure that, to be honest, I could probably put my entire weight on it. Oh. Okay, that's the first desk mount done. On to the second one. I'm not proposing to do all of this today necessarily, but I'm going to do as much as I can before my body or brain runs out of spoon. Am I playing Eve with this? I'm not playing Eve ever again. The way that I was treated by the developers of that game, I'm never going back to Eve Online. It would take something monumental like CCP selling Eve for me to consider going back. I bet Bailey is going to fly for 10 minutes hunting the chimkins. Bailey would do anything for chicken. I cooked some more chicken for him yesterday as one of my IRL tasks. He was basically my best friend for the entirety of me doing that. Like, dude would not leave me alone, which I'm fine with. But at the same time, he's learned a bad habit. He's learned that it gets attention if he opens the corner cupboard in the kitchen. And so I keep coming down in the morning, and there's just an open cupboard. Inside of it is empty Tupperware. So it's not like there's any food in there. He's just learned that he can open that one specific cupboard and no one can really stop him. I want to do a big shout out as well to Shucky for their resub as well at the start of the stream. I think I missed it, but I apologize, Shucky, if I didn't shout you out. I can't remember if I did or not. So thank you very much if you're here. You're a legend. Thank you for that 6 months. Absolutely huge. Unscrew this again. Much easier to do it this way. A goblin creature, that does define Bailey. Yes, he's takes after me, it seems. He just wants to know what's inside. He doesn't like the fact that he's not allowed in them. Which is, I guess, fair. Like this morning, he came into my bedroom at 6 o'clock in the morning, and rather than doing his normal, oh, I would like feeding or I would like your bed, he decided that he would like the ensuite door open so that he could sit on the bath mat, which is really squishy, and have a clean. Is there a logical reason why he wants to sit on that specific spot? Probably. He's a cat. He's probably got his own reasons. Normal cat behavior? Yeah, pretty much. He also really likes like one specific cupboard in the house. Bother. There we go. He was into a temperature. Is he a box cat? He's a paper. He's a paper. Oh, don't worry. That's just the God Emperor of mankind. Bailey is a paper bag and anything that's like, he's a cardboard cat. He just likes to sit on and sleep on cardboard and paper bags. Undo that slightly. He's an eco cat. He doesn't like plastics. Yeah, he doesn't like plastic. He actually, in fact, I often see memes online about, you know, cats that eat plastic, and I'm just like, I'm so glad that B is not a plastic eating cat. Because, for example, each of these boxes that these are in has a main bag, and then there's also a little bag full of screws like this one here. If Bailey was a plastic loving cat, I'd have some real trouble. He's not a fan of single-use plastic. That's for sure. Your dog helps you by testing all the bubble wrap by tearing up in your hands. I mean, dogs are really helpful like that, aren't they? It's real nice that pets will help us out with the things that we didn't ask for help with. We don't want help with, but they'll help us anyway because they're so kind. Sorry if any of you just heard the microphone getting slapped by me being an idiot. Definitely wasn't my intention, but also is pretty standard for me. Why is that sideways? I don't know, but hey, that worked. We've got the two desk mounts are indeed on. What's the next boxes? I'm guessing it's these VPC desk adapters. The Warbird D. Oh look, some more plastic. We love it. Not really. Real talk, I'm far happier with things like... Oh, I don't have them here because I've taken the drawer out. Some of you know that I've got a Stream Deck. If you get new buttons for your Stream Deck, you can get keycaps for certain ones, like this. This is the little purple keycap that I have for my Stream Deck on the side. It's black, but I decided that the purple keys would be more fun. When you get those, they come in little paper bags. I like the little paper bags much better than I do like the sheer amount of plastic that's involved. But where you've got nuts and bolts and other things, it kind of makes sense to use plastic so you can see which pack you need for the bolt that you're looking for. Right, this has 2 metal parts. So we know full well that I'm going to mess up with at least one part of this task, don't we, chat? Oh, shit. Oh, ow. These are flight stick stands. Then you can change the height by changing these bolts. That's probably of whatever I'm putting on next, I'm guessing. Because the part that it's describing looks a lot like this. You see that part, though, you can see here? So, square on the bottom is obviously this thing. I then have this, which needs to sit like this. So that's my next task. I am indeed making a flight sim rig right now. I could put that in the title. You know what? I'll do that. You're right. Do this. Let me do a pinned message. Community, feel free to ask questions. That's not how you spell community, that's community. Let me do this, and then I can pin it. And I can unpin it when I'm done. Where did I get it from? It was kindly donated by a member of the community called Stunzia, who may be in chat. It was very awesome of them. And that's why I've been so keen to get this stuff sorted, because I don't feel comfortable not doing it and showing it when it's been donated by a community member. So absolutely very kind. We have got these. I'm not sure if it shows as mirrored for you guys, but they are the Virpul's VPC Alpha Constellation ones. I'll show a link in a minute. Actually, I can probably do it on 75. So nice. The support. This is the bundle that we have got. This is what we're currently setting up. This is what it will look like once it's done. If I don't make a mistake. How to build desk setup 101 with Kronos. I'll show you all of the mistakes that everyone like me will make because I didn't read all the instructions in advance. Right. Let's go and have a look back at. Put that there so you guys can always see what it is that we're making, and then I can put this. Nah, come on. You can do better than this, fine. You can do it like this then, Windows. Where do the bolts go? Okay, so the nuts go on the... That's really unhelpful. The bolts go on the top and down and through, okay. So here, I've got 4 of these little screws. Yeah, I know, that's why I put it up as a... as like a long-term goal that we could work towards, and Stunzy just came in and was like, yeah, balls to the wall, here you go. And I think it broke me on stream in the same way that the $200 the 200 subscription donation did. I went non-verbal for a solid like 15-20 seconds after those kind of things because I just can't really handle it very well. I'm just not used to it. That's all it is. It's what it comes down to. Where do the nuts go? A bondulance was needed. I think like 3 bondulances were needed because Bames Nond was having a stronk. At some point, I should do like some React content, some of those videos that I reference all the time, just so that we can make it into like a channel trailer, so that people during the ad break, for example, I could just run clips of me, for example, if I get up and move away. Where is my... Oh, I do have the right size. Yes. Having the right size of Allen key, or hex keys as they also get called, very helpful. Phone notification. What's going on? Scam calls. First one, assembled. No moving, which is nice. Yeah, so there's a left stick and a right stick, so it's 2-sided. The VOD is gone by now. It'll be on YouTube, Stunzia. If it's not on Twitch, it'll definitely be on YouTube, because I've not removed a single stream on there, apart from the one where I leaked the password for the Dune server. Which I did then change, but I could re-show that one. It's only hidden. It's not actually removed. Okay, so what am I looking at now? Because that's... Ah, here we go. The Warbird base. Okay, so I need to get another 2 of those. And this way up, it goes into this gap. I definitely didn't make a mistake here, okay? If anyone asks, I didn't just put the base part... So you can see that there's 4 bolts on top of this. The unit on the bottom needs to be facing a certain way, and if anyone asks, I didn't put that bottom piece on the wrong way around because I was distracted. Amazon list's a good thing for streamers to show the stuff they need. Generally, you'll see people use something like Throne. It's a little bit easier and a little bit more secure, but Throne does take a cut. So one of the things I want to do at some point, and I do stress with at some point, because I've been working quite a lot on in December, in all honesty, which I will talk about in a bit, as much as I can, because obviously Thor's announced it, so I'll show his announcement and a couple of other bits and bobs. But an Amazon wishlist is good for showing what you need, but Throne generally supports it better, from what I've seen, for content creators, because it's designed for content creators, Throne, whereas Amazon is designed for an individual consumer user. And yeah, like you say, there you go, Amazon does its best, absolutely best to dox you. Yeah, if you're a streamer and you're showing your Amazon, the chance of being doxed is not 0, because Amazon is not very good at it. Also, weirdly, Minecraft. If you try and go to a Minecraft wiki and it's down, it'll just dox your IP. That's a whole thing. So if you're going to use Minecraft wikis, don't show the browser on stream. Yeah, that was a whole thing with Thor and with Jake. I had a big conversation about it because it's. Well, I was had a conversation with it with Winky because actually, if you're playing a D&D game on Foundry, it's just really insecure if you show your browser, and streamers would never accidentally show their browsers and their URL bar, would they? Stream would never accidentally show the URL bar which shows the session's IP. Nah, that would never happen. No, I've never accidentally shown the browser. So there are some strange choices out there for some of these sites, to be fair. Hence why you use reverse proxies Foundry. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, that works much better now. I can actually put it at the height it's meant to be rather than it being blocked by the fact that I'm an idiot. Right, next step. Bolts go on the outside of this one. It's just the two of us. Only the two of us I could die. Okay, so those go on the desk here. In a second, I will take one of these off the desk and show you what it is that I've done as a step. So you guys can sanity check that I'm not being a total idiot, just a partial idiot. And then we've got to think about what it is that we actually want to play today, because we've got a number of games as options. The Last Caretaker is one of them. Anno is another. Okay, well, that's only going to get thumb tightened because they use two different sizes of Allen key, and I need to go and get the rest of the set. It's one larger than the current hex key I have. How do you space them all out? What do you mean? Sorry, space what all out? The bolts, well, it says here, other than that, if I'm sat here like this, left and right, if I put my hands just literally 90 degrees down, that's how far apart I want them. So that if I'm just sat here with my shoulders here, I'll have left and right naturally being sat where I'm at. If that makes sense. But I used to be free. So it looks like this currently. I'm putting the last of the bolt that goes in the side here. Just tighten that up, and that is the mount. So what will happen is this obviously clamps the desk. I can straighten that up properly. So that clamps into the desk goes in here, clamps there. So that sits, imagine that's clamped onto the desk there. What you'll find is that the warbird stick will sit on this little shelf, which is completely anchored against the desk at the right height for my arms. Unfortunately, and this is why these mounts are quite good for what they do, it helps, of course, if I put the little lip foot back on. Come on, little rubber foot. There is music. Is it too quiet for you guys? Oh, no, there's not. What's going on? I apologize profusely that you guys haven't had the music. It looks like my Spotify tie-in to OBS decided to say no today after the Spotify update. So you guys won't have been enjoying the music. Thank you for letting me know. I apologize. Wait, where's Winky? Winky's having a sleep right now. So while Winky's sleeping, you know, I don't want to leave a Winky on the chair. So there we go. That's the assembled mount for the left-hand side. So if I Go back to where it was. Might need to be loosened slightly, but oops, that's not ideal. Yep, needs to be loosened slightly. $10mm wrench. Stage. Tighten up that span. I could have done this off stream over the weekend. You are right, but I don't know. I think it's more fun to show you guys broadly how this works. And of course, we want to make sure they're nice and secure, which is the main thing. There you go. Now you've all got the music. You're all happy again. My apologies. Wanna be. No, that's too loose because I haven't put this foot back on. That is one of my biggest curses, I would say. When I'm assembling something, often I'll lose a piece or I'll forget a step and I'll be like, where did I put that? I'm holding it. That's always I'm always holding it. Looking for your phone while you're on a call, holding it. Okay, that's the first one done. Now the second one. Hey, we've got this is the 50% box. Looking for your glasses on your head, looking for your glasses in your pocket. That sounds about right. Hey, Alpha, thank you very much for the sub gift to Progressive Dub, you absolute legend. Appreciate you, Alpha. Thank you very much. 31 gift subs given. Do I have gift sub badges? The people who have given gift subs, mostly because Tori would absolutely blow that out the water, I think. So would Balthazar, so would other people. Oh, good, I do. They are working. On my teleprompter right now, they don't seem to be working. So I just wanted to make sure. I have got some feedback for Elgato about their teleprompter, which I will be giving them soon. This time, I'm not going to let this hit me in the nuts. That hurt last time. I've learned my lesson. Is it any good? The teleprompter is great. My only two complaints are, one, that it loses connection to Steam, Twitch about once a week during the stream. So it's a really easy workaround. I just open up the software and tell it to connect to the other Chronos VII stream that I've got set up, which is really easy. It just refreshes the view. But I think that because I'm logged in with my main my main streamering account, I don't see why I can't have, how to describe this, why I can't get the overlay on the teleprompter to show things like the activity feed, to show sub gifts, to show who's gifted a sub. Because if it can pull from chat, it's just going to be a matter of the settings on the back end, and to give me, the user, more granular control over what it shows would be better. So some of you will know Mr. Greggles. Mr. Greggles is very, very good with software because he makes something called Stream Suite with Atom, which is a very, very good piece of streaming software. He has also worked quite extensively with people like Yamaha, people like OBS, people like Elgato a lot. So a lot of the stuff that's for Okay, I did get that right. I just had to make sure I didn't have a strunk then. He does an awful lot of like really good audio stuff. And so if I ever have audio questions, he's the person I will go to. But he works quite closely with OBS on their development side. So on the software side of OBS, which is what this issue is, he's basically a very good contact for me to have. I'm not sure the Elgato one is the best option, but it's been a really easy option for me. And given how much I deal with on a day-to-day basis, as many of you do, the ease of use of a product or an item is absolutely critical. I could do it with a small screen. I could do it with, I know that Corsair have got a new kind of side-mounted screen, which would be perfect for it. You could put it alongside your monitor and then just have chat be alongside the main monitor, which would be really useful, but it's still not going to do the main job of a teleprompter, which is to make it look like you're looking directly at the camera sometimes, which is why I sometimes look into your souls chat. Sometimes you'll see me glance across this way, which means I'm looking at my my activity feed or the chat that contains the activity feed. And sometimes you'll see me look over this way, which means I'm looking at OBS at my own preview, but I don't need to do that very often. So as things broadly go, anchor this in place slightly better. To be honest with you, like, I don't have any huge complaints. They're mostly just quality of life improvements, I think. You don't have a soul? That's because I've eaten it, Balthazar. It's delicious. I'm keeping it safe with the rest of them in my stomach. For some reason, this song reminds me of... Hang on. I'll cue it. I don't know why it reminds me of... this song that I will play next. I'm sure that, like with a lot of things, there's a deeply sensible musical reason why I think these songs sound alike. There has been every other time I've had one of these. Oh, I can actually put it in that and make it risable or not. I don't need to for now. Time to give myself RSI at a later date. Repetitive strain injury is never fun. We've all probably been there at one point in our lives or not. In fact, write into Kronos VII if you've never had repetitive strain injury of any kind. And I'll probably show you the people in chat who are less than 25 years old. The melody's similar? That might be why. We're going back to the 1980s with this flight stick world. It was pretty crazy. But I mean, these are proper flight sticks, so yes. I think that for a lot of games, they moved away from flight sticks as the expected form of interaction because basically not everyone had them, and it was easier to conform to keyboard and mouse principles than it is to get people to, when you create a game, thinking that you have to play it on, you know, on flight sticks will reduce your market. And that's why I think a lot of studios went down the route of, I would say probably in the early thousands, in the 90s, the few games that I do remember from the 90s, because, you know, I was only in my early years. Yeah, 1990. Yeah, 10 at the oldest in that time, so... And I remember having a joystick controller, having a flight stick. I remember using it for Battlefield 1942 when that came out. I remember digging it out and using it for that, and it was quite fun. Right, that's tool, that's the hex keys. Okay, those two are done. That is the mounts. Okay, nice. So this is the old version, the version 3. The version 4 is what we've got. So now we are on, I think that actually might be it, the Warbird base. Make sure we've got the right one. So next step, Warbird D base. Going to be this one. What's in the box? A Warbird D base. And the USB cable. Oh god, that's heavy. Not one I want to drop on myself. This is the old man string. What's the Thor string? That's like, you know, if you ever walk into like, have you ever been to a funeral director's? Sometimes you'll see people like picking out where they're like what they're gonna do. That's Thor string at this point. That's how that works. I'm guessing that this slides in somehow to. We'll find out. Why am I trying to sequence break? Optional accessory base plate parts. Okay, so that's, I'm assuming, what these pieces of metal are. They're not ninja throwing stars, despite what one might think. Although they'd probably be quite effective to throw. I'm not going to do that. I'm not tempted. No one saw the temptation in my eyes, even for a second. That was a lie. If anyone claims otherwise, they're full of beans. Oh, look, more. I won't tell my partner. She likes throwing axes, so like, best avoided, you know. Pirates is where the hipsters hang out, maybe. If I come across as less, well, wait, sorry, more boomer than Thor, I'm a bit concerned. Ooh, these are very nice. Okay, fixator. Haven't found that. Oh, unless that's that. Okay. The scale of that fixator here to this little black circle, very different. You feel like Thor's just a dying man who got immortality at the end of his life? When did I get immortality? Is that what we're saying? Okay. How do you know which one you want? Have I got hex? That's a hex 2. That's a hex 5. Classic. I don't think I need to adjust the clutch. I don't. Remove the base cover. God. Nope, I haven't got the correct hex keys in here. Let me think about where I put them when I was doing my office stuff. Boobsy, I've just seen your streak message. You will retain your streak if you watch the VOD afterwards. That is a thing. Or you watch certain, like, clips from the stream. So how is this meant to work? Once you've got that base plate screwed on. I'm not taking the base plate off. That's just not happening. I'd probably just leave it as it is for now. Unless I have to do this. This is replacing. I don't need to replace them. I did indeed, Bardial, yes. I'm just having a minor stronk, because this isn't the best guide as to what I'm meant to do with it, really. We've done that bit. We've done this bit. We've got the lower plate on. So you take out these screws on the bottom and those top 4. Oh, wow. Okay. Ah. Okay, so those go on there. Nice. Okay, we can make that work. That's not a problem. Oh, so it's basically just doing it in a slightly different order. We can still do this. This isn't a problem. So I just need to get the correct size hex keys. Okay, I'll just be right back. I'm just going to go and grab the... I didn't say it was Little Ham that had a problem. Oh, you're all right, Ham. Although, actually, you just kind of gave it away. I didn't say who it was. It could have been you. It could have been Jake. You never know. I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab a hex key. I've returned with my nicely organized set of hex keys. Yeah, Ham, I'm really glad that she's doing okay. And as ever, it's never a problem if you need to take time away for your pets. We've spoken about this before. Very, very glad she's okay. Just a case of cystitis. I'm assuming they've given you antibiotics for her. Nicely organized set of hex keys. Where's my 2 and my 2.5? What did you say that you needed? 2.5 and a 3. We've got those. They're just here. The outer screws must be removed completely and the innermost screw. So why do I remove... It says install the lower plate, but like the lower plate is very much already on. So can I just leave that on there? I'm going to guess yes. Yeah, Ham, is it antibiotics, the treatment? So what you'll see here is I'm removing these front 4 hexes from the... I've done them up very, very well. I mean, the parts feel incredibly high quality. Everything is really well done in terms of its kind of like the give. Everything is secure where it needs to be secure and everything is tight where it needs to be tight. So it is antibiotics. That's good. Do you need to connect a cable internally first? No. Very good question, because I'm not sure. So therefore, we're going to check, Delchant. Connecting device should just require the 4-pin into the USB, which I have here. They're physically incompatible to prevent cross-wiring. I like that because they assume people are idiots. You remove the base, install the base plate on. So if it's going to sit flat on my desk, that's what I would be doing. But I don't need to do that because it's not going to be sitting flat on my desk. That said, I could put... We'll try it out without that being on there because it doesn't need to be flat on the desk for any kind... Well, the whole point of having these mounts is that we shouldn't need to... Oh, that's not going to work. We shouldn't need to have those desk mounts if we've got the desk mounts, you know? If anyone's got any questions about the flight sticks or anything, and even partially related, you are more than free to ask, as you know. Yes. So after you've given any animal antibiotics, their stomach will be weaker. You have to remember though that particularly cats, because they are predators, don't suffer as much from the intestinal issues that we would. Humans have an incredibly complicated lower gut complex. The bacteria that forms up our gut is remarkably interesting, and probably I would expect one of the next areas of scientific advancement to really shine in. Hanging mounts versus on the desk mounts. Yeah, exactly, Maury Hunter. Yeah. So while you won't need probiotics for the cat, you will probably need to be careful about the diet for the cat for a while. A really good example is like when your cat's been sick quite a lot and they've not got much food in their system, you'd need to give them kind of a more simple diet. You can't give them all the same stuff. You have to make sure that it's, well, I mean, you can help them bounce back faster that way. So while I would say, no, you don't need to specifically give them probiotics, you should consider giving them like a raw chicken diet. And your cats have a very specific diet ever since the altered stomach hospital. Well, there you go. The person who I ask in the community if I have a cat-related issue now is Ruchi the Shaman, if you need to ask Cam. If you want to reach out and just get some reassurance from anyone, Ruchi is really, really good. When Bailey was sick, Ruchi helped me out an awful lot. So if you're looking for somebody to even just to kind of vent to or talk to about the symptoms, Ruchi is good people. Really helped me out a lot when Bailey was unwell. As many of you know, I was very, very upset when Bailey wasn't well. It really did throw me off for a number of days. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to go to TwitchCon at one point because I was that thrown off. Because he's my son. He is my grumpy boy. I love him. So of course I was upset. So I'm very grateful to everyone for all the kind messages, for all the support, for the understanding. Really, there was one of the days when it was quite early on where I just sat down to stream. I just couldn't stop crying. It was rough. I ended up having a chat with. I think Vicky was setting up for her stream, and I was just sat there being like, "Yo, not sure I'm going to go live today. Just having a small breakdown. No worries." You know how it is when you're worried about family members or pets or anything. Ham, I mean, look, that could be anything. You never really know what that's going to be, and you don't know which friend it was. It could even have been in relation to the move. They could have been there from before Ham, because as far as I know, fleas can lie dormant in a property for up to a month or so. Like quite a lot of pests. So it might even be that they were already in the house. It could be a friend. It could be anything. Obviously, you'll know if one of your friends has a flea outbreak with their pets or anything, but it's quite common with people like dogs or anything. Like a lot of people don't even realize. It could be in the carpet, could be anywhere. So you never know. It could be anything. And like you say, it's not the end of the world. Fleas aren't comfortable for a cat, but it's not the end of the world. They left no instructions, just a legacy to protect. Death doesn't discriminate between the sins and the saints. They're in the walls. It's funny to hold over them. Well, exactly, Ham. Now you can get tribute from them. You can ask for recompense. You can challenge them to a duel. Actually, that sounds like quite tempting. And I'm waiting for somebody who shows up in stream sometimes to show up, because if they do, I've got something with which to tease them. So I know exactly what it's like when you want to mess around with your friends. I might even escalate that into being a full-on meme where I go and drop something off at someone's house multiple times, just to make fun of them for liking something particularly. No time. The house. So Ham, what do you if there are fleas in the house, do you have to treat your house at all, or is it just you're just going to treat the cats and yourselves? Raising and raises the stakes, and if there's a reason I'm still to thrive. Damn it, I'm willing to wait for it. I'm willing to wait for it. In Shroud a big update with bug fixes and new content. Could the server be updated when I have some time for it? I guess I could do that. We rise, we fall. Let me go over here and do this Nitrado game server. Sorry, that's a bit much leaning. Shouldn't really do that. You want the enshrouded server to come down for update. Yep. Here we go. You're treating the cats in any couch and covers and such. I would also suggest doing carpet as well if you can. I'm sure you're already ahead of it. By the way, I remembered out of the blue. Did that fix for your fridge stay working until you moved? Because that's my funniest fix ever when someone has asked me for tech support. Or like someone's had a problem with their house. Just like an offhand little suggestion. It did stay working fine. So for those of you who don't know, Ham recently went through a house move and a bunch of other stuff where, you know, when you're doing that, there's obviously a lot of like furniture that needs moving, there's a lot of stress. And about a month beforehand, their fridge at their old place went out. So obviously you can't live without a fridge for a month. And I was like, you know what? Before you replace your fridge, just try something. It's going to sound really dumb, but just hear me out. Go into the fridge, unscrew the bulb in the fridge that lights up when you open the door, see if it works. Lo and behold, fridge absolutely fine. Those bulbs have a surprisingly large amount of power draw, and they can actually cause your entire fridge to trip the electrics around your house. No, the bulb itself hadn't gone. The bulb itself was working fine, but some kind of loose connection was causing it to overvolt. And so if you remove the bulb from the from the fridge, it can actually completely fix the fridge temporarily. Yeah, that's one of those weird things that you just kind of don't even think about. I was just a bit like, you know what, just remove the bulb. Absolutely fine. Yeah. You remember that for the future? It's one of those things that you'll never need until you need it. So this is the left hand. Oh, look, it's beautiful. Look at this. You wonder if that works for humans. I'm not convinced that it works for humans, but hey, I don't know everything. I'm not a doctor. So maybe unscrewing the light bulb will actually work. What do we need? 2.5 and a 2. So let's put the 3 key away. Take the 2 and a 2.5 key out. Okay, before attaching your grip, ensure the locking screws are flush with the collar. Could probably use some WD-40. Okay, they are. Pull the cable from the grip by 2 to 3 centimeters. Like this. You definitely can't afford this right now, so don't tempt you. Like, you don't need it. Fair enough. I'll let you know how it is, and then I'll tempt you once I know if they're good. Oh, that's just satisfying to prep. Okay. Use the arrows located on the cable connector and grip socket to correctly orient the pins. Incorrect orientation will result in damage to the connectors. Okay, well, let's not fuck this up then. Lightly tighten the screw collar and set the desired angle offset before hand tightening fully. What do you mean angle offset? Okay. I mean, we'll get there when we get there, I guess. Oh, I guess that's the angle. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, that's the perfect height. Oh. I didn't even fuck it up. They couldn't provide that. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to ask one question, Dragonfire. How many hex keys do you have dotted around your house from various IKEA bits of furniture, or, you know, boxes of computer stuff, or PC part? When you buy PC parts, That's a lot of parts normally. That's a lot of hex keys, a lot of little mini screwdrivers. It's a whole thing. 20 plus. So do you actually need the hex keys, or is it, you know, reduction of waste? Like asking a drummer how many, like asking a guitar player how many plectrums they have. The one thing I am very careful about in this house, though, is silica gel packets, because I do not want B even getting tempted by them. I don't think he will, but I don't want to risk it. Brunch, you were here in the. You call hex keys Allen keys. We call them Allen keys. So it's a combination of the two. You call them hex wrenches. Yeah. See, that's the problem. There's different names for it. I'm trying to use hex key because it's a line between Allen key and hex wrench, so it makes sense for people. Let's try and, you know, as a British person, I have to be very careful to make sure that my use of language doesn't confuse the Americans. Well, this one's not going in as easily as the other one. Oh, there we go. And we hold that down. So you're deciding on food. Is that what it is, Lamina? It's your second meal of the day. You used to throw out silica packets, but now I collect them because your earpods like to get water in for some reason. Last time it was tea. Why are you pouring tea into your ears, Balthazar? I'm only asking the important questions here. Oh. Oh, they're so clicky. Oh, they're so oh. Because you're cold, that makes sense. That makes sense. Pouring tea into your ear because you're cold makes sense. How are you meant to? Okay, so that sits there. Those grab like that. The thumb goes either there or up here. Trigger fingers. Okay, well those are physically set. The one thing it does come with is this stuff, which is nice. It's not like cardboard or anything plasticky. It's this terrible parts of it recycles better, if I recall correctly. The place near me lets that recycle, so I can just take it to my local tip and recycle it. And as we know, recycling is just better. You keep trying to feed coffee to your keyboard. Your keyboard doesn't need coffee. Also, I really respect chat for body doubling me quite as effectively as you have been while I've done this, because yesterday I got like one thing set up. I was like, you know what, I'm done. Fuck it. Getting those 4 things set up today, very satisfying. I feel very productive. And now Bailey can come back in. He won't be upset because his worktops are covered up. So now, if I do this and I reduce the height of those... Oh! So we've set up... I can take this whole thing off because it's only mounted to the desk. So this is the whole assembly. So you've got... See, trigger, we've got... And then you've got all of this up here. All of these controls. Look at it. We can flight sim. Oh. Again, thank you very much, Stunzier, if you are here. Oh, wait, you did say between 11, 13, 12 you wouldn't be here, so I've already pressed the buttons, don't worry. It's pass alpha, you're safe, you're safe. So the nice thing is that just comes. So with this red lever, if you're American, it's that simple. That's all I need to do to connect it onto the desk. That's it. I mean, Mori Hunter, yes, you say it looks complicated, but I would raise you the fact that this is designed to completely replace the keyboard in front of you. And if you're comparing the number of buttons, I think the keyboard wins. So yeah, some of you know that obviously I've been working on my desk setup for a little while now, and I've still not got it exactly where I want it. I've still not replaced the desk. That's something that's on the cards for things that I'm looking at off streams and such. But this, with having these arms, means that I don't have to have the sticks constantly on my desk. I don't constantly have to have things running, or I don't have to constantly have it plugged in. I can just take things on and off my desk at will. Keep them somewhere safe. I can keep them next to my my ornithopter. Will I do a desk reveal when I'm done? I don't see why not. I've got a contract I need to review, which is about a free monitor and a few other bits and bobs. Part of that is a desk setup view, so it might be that I show them off at the same time. But that will be my old desk still. Okay, I've managed to store one of them somewhere. I'm just trying to work out where I want to keep the second one. Oh, wait, does it fit in the bottom? Nope, doesn't fit in the bottom drawer. And then I'll dig out something else that's fun. Oh. Okay. Do I have MS Flight Sim? I have not got MS Flight Sim, but now we have those. It might be something that we look into more. Right, let me put all of the cables, all of the materials, everything that I need for this in the same place, because otherwise I'll lose pieces, and we definitely don't want to do that. I play Swords of Revealing Light. Sorry. I was going through some stuff recently, and I found all of my old Pokemon cards and all of my very old Yu-Gi-Oh! I say old Pokemon cards. Doesn't quite do them justice. They're Pokemon cards where the entire set, pretty much, is from the 1999 run. Oh, where's my Pot of Greed? Pyramid of Light. I play Pot of Greed. I summon 3 cards from my hand. Close enough. Jar of Greed. What else have we got in here? Uraby, Trap Hole, D-Spell, Vampire Lord, 13th Grave, Trap Master. Ooh. Relinquished. Oh, these ones are much shinier and newer, so that's probably a newer set. That's the GX set. Yeah. The Pokemon cards are in my car. If you guys want me to get my Pokemon cards out, I can go grab them. I took them to Vicky's recently, so because she's really into Pokemon cards, absolutely loves them, and has for an awfully long time. I loved them when I was a kid and just kind of fell out of collecting them. They were up in my attic. And then one day I was talking to her about it. She was like, yeah, you know that stuff is probably worth like thousands of dollars. And I was like, I'll just bring them down so you can see them. She was very happy I took them to go see her. You have yours for reasons that you can't put into words. Mine were just I put them into storage in the attic and I just didn't touch it for like 15 plus years. Pot of Greed is a magic card inside Yu-Gi-Oh, which lets you draw 2 cards from your hand to your deck to your hand. However, there's a meme of it, which is where the guy just plays it over and over again and summons 3 cards to his hand, and the opponent gets more and more and more irate as you get through. Draw 3 cards from your hand to my... Yeah, it's actually 2, but the meme is 3. I'm just going to go and put these back or I'm going to lose them. And then my partner will cut me the next time she comes to using stuff. So bear with me. Why have you not restarted? I'm going to run the ads early because they're going to run for a minute, and I'll get my Pokemon cards at the same time so we can show those off because those are fun as well. I will be right back. Hello, I'm back. The ads are still here. Do we know anyone who likes these? Yeah, like Luther says in chat, HOSAS, generally space sims, I would probably use mouse and stick or keyboard and stick for something like Dune Awakening. Those are UFOs or flying saucers. They are basically a sugary coating that dissolves on your tongue. Inside is sherbet. And if you have too many of them, you can taste the universe. Yeah, exactly, James Brown. You know what's up. James Brown, what I'm tempted to do is basically put them into one of those like little, like a little Ziploc bag. And then each morning before stream for a week, go and drop them off at her house. But she can't have too many of them in one day. And just not mention it to her. There's sugar with extra sugar inside rice paper, basically. Accidentally Pavloving into watching the stream. I guess it would do that, yes. Okay, the June servers are back up. That's all fine. All stuff's fine. New emails for in December. In December, we'll talk about that next. That's a good thing to talk about. Let me grab this channel short. Where did I send it? Where did I send it? Copy the message. No. Discord. We'll do this. Okay. Let me close. No, let's move this into here. Make sure that you guys can hear it, first of all. Voice chat, I can then change to do that. Change that. Let's see if this works. fade the music out. Let's see if you guys can't hear this. Let me know.
We're ready to do a thing. We're ready to do a thing.
Ready to do a thing. There we go. Perfect. If it wants to load, why are you having problems, Twitch? Twitch is being silly here. Bear with. Where is Google Chromium? This. That one won't work. You won't be able to hear that, and probably can't see that. So that. I do this. Okay, you can see. Excellent.
It's not a demo.
Oh, you can also hear it. Nice.
I have an image. That Shay made. Shay worked on a thing. We're gonna do a thing.
So those of you who don't know what in December is,
all right,
this is what this announcement's for.
For the entire month of December, we're going to be doing an event for the entire month, the whole month long. And we're going to be calling it the In December Games Show. This is not anything that I've ever done before in the past. I've never tried to put on a major event, and this is something I'm going to be doing for the whole month of December. One of the things that I've seen with traditional game shows is they're usually quite short. It's usually just a day or a couple of hours, and those games don't get a lot of breathing room. It's usually just an ad that plays. So since I'm doing it over the entire month, we're going to be playing those games on stream. We're going to be talking to developers. We're going to be interacting with those communities. We're going to be really doing deep dives on every one of these to get you a good understanding of not only what the game is, but who is making it and what's the reasoning behind that. So we've got a number of games that are set up already. We've also got a number of game developers that are set up to be able to go and do those interviews along the way. And I hope it turns out really cool. Outside of that, I've also seen inside of the indie scene that money ends up being an issue for everybody. It's incredibly expensive for the indie shows to be able to show off their games, and it ends up being a huge barrier for them to be able to do this.
Completely agree.
So I'm doing it for free. We've got corporate sponsors, we've got some other types of sponsors that are in there, and we've got you guys as the viewers, so the indies aren't going to pay a dime. That's the whole point with this, is to make sure that there's no barrier, that you guys get access to the devs, that you get to see their cool work, and you get to be see the interviews with the devs.
So
and I want to do
what
this.
I've been doing.
If it works, we don't know if this model is going to work. I haven't
Work.
seen anyone do this before, but if it works, we're going to do it every year. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do for the entire month of December. And I've been freaking out this entire time trying to get it all set up and make sure that everything works.
Including New Year's Day, because Thor obviously goes live on national holidays, as do I.
That's what we're going to be doing.
That is the plan.
And I'm very, very excited for this, man. And it's the first time I've ever tried to do anything like this. And I'm excited to see what you guys, if you guys like it. I hope it works. So I've got some stuff. I'm going to put out an announcement now for this.
Did he show the graphic
I'm going to go put it up on
stream?
The news channel, and I've got an image for it and everything, this kind of thing.
He didn't.
I also am going to be looking into doing stuff like setting up a curator page in Steam so we can do that and maybe show the games off there. Like I'm looking at other ways to set this up. And, this is going to be kind of scuffed the first time. To be clear, it will be a little bit scuffed because we've never done this before.
Oh yeah, I can guarantee there will be some scuff to it. Thor and I are both learning live on this stuff.
And then
maybe
next year have a ton more stuff that goes into it. We know we don't care. Okay, fair. Yeah. We're gonna be a little bit scuffed.
The image for this is here.
Supporting everyone. Oh no, they just they supported if you do encoding yourself.
Stanzia.
Yeah. Also, it's not going to be a game a day. It will likely be more than one game a day.
After it was done.
We're going to be doing a lot of stuff. There'll still be normal stream stuff that I do, and because I stream 12 hours a day. There's going to be other stuff that I do.
Normal stream stuff, indie games, that will be December. I will play some of the indie games, not all of them. Not the ones that obviously don't appeal to me, but I will definitely be making sure that we play some of those, that I give you guys links. Anything that we don't play.
There's also, if you are an indie dev out there,
I'll make sure the links are shared in Discord, etc. to other games. There will be other games that we promote across my Discord as well as Thor's that I like as an indie that I might cover. This is just what we want to do. We have, and I'm sure a number of you have also noticed, we're talking about this in Discord the other day, but indie games are far and away underrepresented in kind of a lot of the kind of previous Game Awards. But if you look at this year, and if we open up Steam and we look at what the options are, why? Look, this is your fault, chat. This is the first thing that opens up. Horse game. Can't believe it. Now, I did these last night because I was on my phone. I was like, you know what? Game of the year. For me, Expedition 33, absolutely fantastic game. There are other options in there. Really enjoyed Arc Raiders, definitely an option. But for me, Expedition 33 came out of pretty much nowhere. Absolutely smashed it and did really well. Well, if they do, Krasmedic, we'll deal with it. But ultimately, that will tell us a lot about those people more than it will Thor or our community, because like if you're going like Thor is objectively trying to do this for a good reason. He wants to support indies. He wants to show off indie games that otherwise wouldn't be seen. If the hate train is gonna start up and start really kind of causing a fuss about these games, then I'm gonna be honest, like that tells you a lot about the people who are complaining. It doesn't say anything about Thor. For me, game of the year, absolutely Expedition 33. Will I play Horse Game? I won't rule out playing Horse Game, but I don't intend on playing. It's not like it's on my list of things to play. But I will consider it at some point. But it'll be probably one of those things that we put in there as like not a sponsorship, as like a subathon goal, essentially. So for me, Expedition 33, absolutely game of the year. Not my only nomination for Expedition 33 on here, and I will get to that in a minute because it's further down the list. VR Game of the Year award, I've not played any of the new VR games this year. The most of the VR that I've done has been work based or Beat Saber. To me, nothing beats Beat Saber because it's hit stuff when sound good. Very simple, very effective. Who doesn't like that idea as a concept? Labor of Love, out for a while, past the debut, but being the good parents they are, they continue to nurture and support their creation. This game to this day is still getting new content after all these years. Rimworld. We'll be having a catch-up chat with the devs of Expedition 33. They are incredibly busy, as you can understand, especially around this time of year with, you know, the award stuff that's going on, and with all of the other various events that's going on. Black Friday being kind of important for them to getting updates out, etc. So we've reached out to them. We will see what we can do, but it might be something that we look to do at like the 1 year mark of release rather than in December, potentially. But it's something that I'm aiming to do, life according to Bird. It's just about aligning calendars and making sure everything sets up. VR Game of the Year, Beat Saber, what year? Every year. Well, exactly. For me, that's kind of how it is. But I didn't feel comfortable nominating one there because actually there wasn't one for me this year. Labor of Love for me, Rimworld. Best game on Steam Deck. The only game I played on someone else's Steam Deck was Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That therefore my only option. This is one of our options for the game today. We may actually go on and play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 with its new DLC. I know a number of you are interested in that and wants to see a long playthrough. It is, and I would really emphasize the long playthrough part of that because it really is. There's an awful lot of game in that game, and I would be starting fresh to show you guys the full story throughout. So Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is an option for today, but also is my option here. Better with friends. There are some games out there that just aren't the same when you play by yourself. Maybe you need to have a friend to watch your back. Maybe you need to have a friend to stab in their back. Either way, fun is awaiting those who gather friends together play this game. That doesn't make any sense. That sentence doesn't work, but fine. For me, Dune Awakening. Playing Dune Awakening with the group of people that we were playing it with was so much more fun. So much more fun for me than it was to play without. There are lots of good games on this list. You could have chosen Tarkov. You could have chosen Arc Raiders, even from my immediate list. Bitcraft, we could very much have chosen. Battlefield 6, again, could very much have been chosen. This one is, there are a lot of games that are leaning into the social side about now. And I think this one will be very different for everyone. But for me, this was the game that made the most difference playing by myself versus playing with a group. So that's why I chose that one. Outstanding visual style. The visual style in Battlefield with the fully destructible environments, the way the light effect works really well. I would have liked to put down a different game for this, but it wasn't an option when I was searching from my phone. Because I don't think that the game is out yet. Effluent RPG? Oh, there was a link to it at some point. Let me grab the link. Here we go. I'm trying to remember its name now. I have sworn it was Effluence RPG. It is called Effulgence. That's why it's not. I absolutely love the look of this style, and this is a game that I want us to cover at some point. The party-based RPG set in a character-based world where the enemies are more than just obstacles; they are the resource. Destroy them. Everything is made out of ASCII, and like you destroy stuff and you turn it into stuff. You get like the pile of all of the symbols. This to me looks really funny, really interesting, and quite like surprisingly complex for what is actually quite a simple system. So I'm quite interested in this, and I really like the use of this kind of neon style. So this is something that we will play likely. I mean, we could play it now. This is a demo, but we've got a week until full release, and I think this is one of those nice indies that I want to look at in December. I'm going to be honest with you. This is something that I want to cover, and I know that Thor wants to cover as well for in December. So Tron vibes. I'd say that. It just looks chaotic and fun. Also, destroying enemies to forge better gear, number go up. I can definitely give you guys a link in chat. That's never a problem. There's a link for those of you on Steam. Not Steam, those of you on Twitch. Here is the link for those of you on YouTube. Good morning, Thurston. Apologies, I didn't see that because I was busy messing around my windows. So for me, Effulgence is one that I would like to put down for visual style, but it's not out yet. So I might update this if I can after that. But it's the game that released this year. It has not yet released. I can't vote for that yet. And that one's very personal. But most innovative gameplay. I wanted to put down Bitcraft for one of these, but actually, like the way that Bitcraft does its AFK gameplay is really good, and it's not something that I've done a lot of since something like old school RuneScape. This is what I kind of most compare it to. So for me, the way that they've done this and the mechanics that they are bringing into it is really nice. I've really liked some of the way it's doing it, and it's really, really good to play when you're just kind of having downtime. Currently not in full release, so I'm not sure why it gave me the option of Bitcraft, but hey, I could list it. It let me list it. Fine. Games you suck at? Chronos New Dawn. Was not very good at it. Great fun. There's lots of options for this as well. Best soundtrack? Well, this one for me was an easy one. Have you heard the Expedition 33 soundtrack? Oh, it's good. Very, very good soundtrack. So good that they were playing it in theaters. They've been playing it in it's full orchestral. They've been playing it with a full orchestra at actual live venues in Paris, and they're going to be doing more across Europe, I believe. AFK mechanics. Mouse, you did cover too? Nice. Mouse has lots of good covers. What is AFK mechanics? It's very kind of, you'll click on a task and it'll do it for a while. Again, outstanding story-rich game. Some days, only a narrative-heavy game will hit the spot, and this one packs a wallop. It's as gripping as a soap opera and tuned as a screenplay. Bravissimo for making us feel things. If you played Expedition 33 and you didn't feel things, it's like watching the first Pokemon film and not crying when the certain person gets turned to stone. What kind of monster wouldn't do that? But yeah, for me, again, Expedition 33 hit that spot. No spoilers. It's a bit like saying, oh yeah, the Titanic sinks. Sorry, spoilers. Not really spoilers. The first Pokemon film, long time ago, Expedition 33 will make you cry like in the first 10 minutes. Done. And then the sit back and relax award, again, the AFK ability, the fact that you can queue a task and you can just kind of very casually kind of play. You can roam around at your own speed. It's very forgiving. There's very little combat. It's just kind of chill. Bitcraft. So that was the thing. Stunzia. Here you go. Because you weren't here. This is the fully assembled rig. The right-hand stick. Really, really nice, dude. Assembling it, pretty easy. I was the problem. I think I sequence broke once. But this sounds like they're really heavy. My left hand is my dominant arm. So this is fine. I can hold this above. We'll see how long I can hold it above my head for. It will be dual stick. The other stick is over there. So if you want to see how heavy, I mean, I'm just a streamer. I don't do a huge amount of weightlifting. I don't, go outside. I'm not working a manual job. You guys can see how long I can hold it above my head for. How long has it been so far? It's been 24 seconds. So play a game you've nominated. Well, I think that probably means after you've nominated it or review update your review for it. So if I do this, I'll get the 4 tasks and I'll get the badges and that kind of thing. It looks reasonably heavy for a controller. It is, but it's not that bad. And because it's mounted to the desk, it will be very, very stable. I made it sound like it was heavy. It's heavy in that it's far heavier than the mouse or anything else on my desk, but I wouldn't call it objectively heavy compared to, say, a tungsten cube. These are Virpils, so it's a Virpil Constellation Alpha, is what my brain says. And yes, those of you wondering, my arm is indeed getting tired. It's these. Very, very good. I'm super grateful to Stunzia for the very, very kind donation. It's absolutely awesome. And to be honest, like I said, when I saw that donation land, it did break my brain for a small while and afterwards. And when these arrived, and now I'm thinking about it. So I'm just going to close that down and stop thinking about it. The funny thing is, it's not actually my arm that's getting tired. It's my wrist from holding it at a weird angle. If it was worth it, Sunzia, well, I'm very grateful. Like I said, I will always tell you how grateful I am because this is absolutely huge. It means the world to me. Hydrate. Oh. They are top of the line, top of the market. I put them up there as a kind of like chancing my arm thing, but like I'm incredibly grateful, Sunzia, so thank you. I'm going to bring this down now because I just realized that if my arm does get a bit wobbly, I'm going to drop it on my head. That's a really bad move. I mean, look, I know that streamers often do very well with brain damage, but I don't need any more of that. Why am I holding my arm up? I'm showing how heavy this is and how long I can hold it up for. Head injury stream. Fairly sure there's something in the terms of service about not allowing myself to, smash my head open with flight sticks. I would go viral if I did. Well, I mean, I guess so, but going viral for getting brain damage, probably not the right reasons, Safe. Ooh. Ooh. And then we have this. The Thor might be upset with me, but I wouldn't remember, so it would be fine. Yeah, Comic Op. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. If I... No, that also says Comic Op. Or... Yeah. So if I do... Pokemon. Starting off with... Well, let's not do that. Some of these fun shiny cards. So, that's a whole thing. You can just live there. Arthur, technically yes, but also probably not because I would be the intervening act. Like I said, it's only a collection I've had since I was a kid because I played Pokemon cards when I was younger and I just never got rid of them. Pan Meowgi, thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Good to see you, dude. Imagine me sending myself an email saying, "Hello, Kronos. I would like to make a workplace accident complaint and claim." I would be like, "Kronos, please. Why are you like this?" I'm like that anyway. Who am I kidding? Let's slowly increase the volume on this. Which is that. Okay, so now we're on the situation where we're talking about what game we want to play today. Ooh, Fallout 76 ahead of Mirror. It's only a small amount. So, Enshrouded is an option. EU5. Let's do a poll. We're way more than an hour into the stream because you guys have been body doubling while I set up the sticks. So let's do a quick poll. I don't think I heard that anyone say that. Just another. Shrouded. Let's choose one more option from the list of games that we want to play but haven't gotten around to. Oh no, we were going to include... That's my bad. We were going to include... There we go. The poll is there. There are 5 options in the poll. If you're on... Oh, actually, it reminds me. If you're on YouTube, you won't be able to see. So the options are Battlefield 6, Enshrouded, Duckov, Europa Universalis 5, Battlefield 6, or Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And I'm not sure I read those out in the right order. You blacked out, walked into the corner of a door frame in the bathroom, and gave yourself concussion. Well done, well done. That takes some doing. That's in all of like the Mr. Bean style ways of injuring yourself. That's probably up there. Giving yourself concussion by walking into a door frame. I will do a couple of votes on this as well, just to be sure. We'll do some runoff. So the bottom 2, at the very least, will be eliminated, depending on the gap. Possibly even 3. Oh, speaking of Enshrouded, let me finish turning that server back on. Start server. Yes. Doesn't matter if you see the game or the query port. You need that to connect anyway. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is your vote. Thank you very much, Thurston. I will count that towards the vote. Don't you worry. Your say is important too. If you're over on YouTube, you matter. Don't let anyone tell you that you don't. If we do EU5, I have to learn how to play Europa Universalis because I've actually never played an EU game before. If we look down this list, I'm fairly sure maybe I own EU4, but I don't think I've ever played it. No, I only have the 5th one. I've never played EU before, so it'll be a learning experience for all of us. Have I played Hearts of Iron? No. What is the Toby Ghost extension? When I have my eye tracker working, that will let you see where my eyes are. Like if I do this, you can see where I'm looking on the screen, I imagine. If I do this. Let's turn it on. Should be visible. I didn't add the robot. You're right. I didn't add the last caretaker. My bad. We'll do a run-on vote. Boat Fighter, I have not. Alternatively, I think I could do... If I'm not screen sharing and I do this, it will actually show me where my preview is, so you guys should be able to see it on the... I can't see it on the stream, so you guys are going to have to tell me if you can see it or not. Nope, all black, that makes sense. I can see it. If I do this, you can see it. So if I'm sharing my screen and I'm on preview, it works. You can see quite how active my eyes are. But if I turn off my screen share, I can see it because I've got preview on, but it should be. You probably have to turn it on by default. Yep, there we go. I normally set it to bubble, if that helps. So if you click on the center of the screen, you'll actually be able to see it, and it will track my eyes. Yes, that's how this works. It's a small little bar that sits along the bottom of my my monitor, and it's basically just tracking where my eyes are looking. So if I look away from my main screen, it won't show. But when I look at, for example, if I look at the teleprompter, it'll disappear. But you guys can actually customize it. You can turn it on and off, etc. So when we're playing certain games, I will turn this on because I think that it should, hopefully, make it easier for you to see what I'm looking at, what I'm reading, etc. But I'm mostly going to use it for things like Star Citizen when I try that out with Mahoodles shortly, and other games, which is going to be exciting. Division 2 is also a surprising option that apparently it works for. Oh yeah, it makes you think Black Mirror, but this eye tracking technology has been around for an awfully long time. What confuses me, actually, this is one that's new. If you are in certain camera apps like Zoom, Teams, etc., there's little toggles now where you can, it will AI insert eyes, making it look like you're constantly looking at the camera, which just feels really strange because you can do things like close one eye, it'll insert like an open one over it. Horrifying. Horrifying. Dream I toward the morning. Let's have a look at how the things are going. Okay, so what we'll do is we will install EU5 just in case. I fell victim, but when I... And we will also install Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 because that's also... Oh, that's wild. Take the loss with a great... also, did you guys enjoy the daily... How did I... My apologies. I did want to listen to that. I've got a new mouse as well, so I'm learning how to use that. I've basically just been upgrading. I've had a bunch of hardware that I've wanted to have for a while, and like I bought a mouse like, well, I say 6 months ago, about 4 months ago, and I've only just about gotten around to installing it and getting it all set up, which means that I'm now terrible at Battlefield again because I'm using a new mouse. But if I go to this. For those of you who didn't see yesterday, I managed to convert the live photo of Bailey getting the zoomies. Excuse me, Thor. I know that you're desperate to be shown off, Shilude, but not necessary. He's hungry for chair, Thor. Makes sense. I have been good, thank you, Morlia. My back is on the mend. I'm not spending too much time sitting and doing too much. I just love this cat. I just love him so much. He's my favorite. He's my favorite cat in the entire world. Yeah, Winky's asleep, but not for long. Winky will normally wake up in about an hour's time. You never know. Exactly. Borhalud. See, this is what it was before. See, photo, and I was like, I have this photo, but I also know he did something very funny afterwards. Let's turn it into a small video. He's just so adorable. Look at him. No, that's not the grandfather Thor is different. He's 15. He still gets the zoomies every day. Sometimes he'll just run into the room. He'll run behind me. He'll jump up the little chest of drawers I put here so that he can get to the window. He'll jump onto my desk, and then he'll just run back down again. Is there a reason why? No. Do I care? Also, no. Chang. Oh, the poll is very close. We're between Enshrouded, EU5, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, all within about 4 votes of each other. 3 votes of each other. Okay, 10, 11 on those. So let me do... Okay, we've got a second vote to do. We'll do the runoff. I'll make this poll a little bit shorter so we're not waiting for such a long time. So we've got KCD2, EU5, Enshrouded. And I'll give you guys 5 minutes to vote. I'm still not letting you do extra votes. There's the poll. 5 minutes is up. I'll meet you halfway, Alpha. I've added Robot Raft. I'm not adding in Horse Girl Game. No, that's not happening. No. You've been told. I'm watching you. Watching you. Now tie the vote. Oh, God damn it. The AI eyeball insertion is creepy. I wonder if you can make like an intense glare. So I'm sure that I could modify the extension or ask somebody to create a modified extension, which would replace it with like the Eye of Sauron glaring back at you. Ooh. Arthur, thank you very much for that reset, buddy. You are awesome. 4 months here. You're 2 months away from having your toast emote, buddy. I really appreciate you being here, Arthur. Thank you very much. Which dish did you show to Thor? The Polish soup dish he was talking about earlier. I do like having my better internet. You're only saving for the meme. You want me to actually see it play for the gameplay, only for my reaction to it. My reaction to it will be a combination of horrified and upset. Have I got a hot ass? I've definitely got a hot ass. Yeah. No, I've got ho sass. As in, I'm a ho and I have sass. Who made the sub badges? Fairly sure it was Myralia. In fact, 99.9% sure it was Myralia because I can see it in our message history. Ooh, speaking of Myralia, I've just been sent the final Discord image that you guys need. As you may have noticed, I've been uploading the emotes to Discord over the last few days. So I've been slowly working my way through Discord's atrocious setup. I'm calm. I'm going to show you guys something. You'll see why I'm so upset in a second. When I show you this, you might also get annoyed. Or you'll be like, Cronus, what's the problem? Calm down. I'll zoom in so you can see it. It's a bit blurry, but this GIF file, 249 kilobytes, right? 249 kilobytes. That emoji was too big. Emojis must be under 256 kilobytes. Yeah, yeah. This is my reaction. Oh, by the way, I made this 25% smaller. It still didn't work at 204 kilobytes. So I got cross, sent them to myself, and then uploaded it via mobile. You can't wait for Discord 2? Same. For those of you who are wondering what robot survival game is, well, I've been looking at this for a while. The thoughtful take on the survival crafting genre, where every decision you make and every action has a consequence, offers a deep world exploration experience where step by step you uncover the truth behind the reawakening of the last caretaker. Very positive at 82%, which is awesome. I've heard lots of very good things. Ooh. A number of you want the game. Xenon plays and Baru both played it. Okay, it makes sense. It's the kind of game I think Baru would quite enjoy to play on his downtime. This is kind of they've got a nice roadmap to. I really love when games that are in early access also give you a really nice, clear roadmap. It's a really nice change. So I can see why so many of you have indeed voted for it. Probably the one that I would vote for on that list, maybe also EU5, because I haven't played it yet and it's exciting. But new modules, habitats, night vision, money trash, new vehicles. Classified emerges from the deep. Jack from Rooster Teeth is the community manager. That is super interesting. Okay. And as we can see, an indie game. They've not made anything before. This is literally their game. So this is, for me, I've been quite excited about this for a while. I mean, look at the end. A roadmap is always going to be indicative, so it might be that Christmas 2025 that actually pushes till say January, and if that pushes to January, then maybe that will be February, and then early spring might be mid-spring. That could become late spring. That could come midsummer. That could be longer term. But it gives you an idea of what their focus is and what their path to release is. So we'll be playing this today. I'll purchase in a moment, but effectively, you are the last caretaker, a reawakened machine tasked with saving the future of the human race. So what we'll be doing is we'll be exploring, we'll be crafting, we'll be forging a path and building tools to save humanity is how they put it. Effectively, the backstory of this is that the world has been swallowed by the ocean, and the only thing that's left is basically like, you know, the big megastructures. Everything has been swallowed up by the water. So I'm really looking forward to how they do it, because this is, when they say a thoughtful take on the survival crafting, this doesn't really mean anything other than I would expect to see large amounts of emotion and narrative in this, drawing you to I can imagine, are humans worth saving? Are certain human seeds better than others? The Lazarus complex? That sounds like humans living forever, which is horrifying. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, care for and grow human seeds in the Lazarus complex. Managing crucial systems like incubation temperature, nutrient flow, and memory data integration. Unlock advanced biopods and synthetic caretakers to accelerate development and ensure successful revival. Discover emotional imprints. See, that's telling. And past memories encoded in each seed, piecing together lost human stories as you bring life back into the world. We've got to defend the complex from machines and environment. We've got defenses. So there's going to be shooting and defenses in it. We're to basically build something, and basically the whole aim is to build a rocket and escape the planet. So let me take that off of that. Let me add to cart. While I like you guys, I'm not going to share my payment details with you. That would be a little bit. I'm just not feeling it today, you know. On a normal day, I would of course share all of my payment information with you guys. But today, because it's Tuesday in it, I'm just not really feeling it. Sorry. I'm not. It's not like I have a huge amount of money or anything, but like, You need some games. Here we go. It is downloading. It is 12 gigabytes. So I can trust you with your payment details. Okay, Arthur, I will trust you with my payment details once you've provided me yours and I've tested them. How about that? Transfer Tuesday. Oh dear. Identity theft Tuesdays. You're getting hyped new PCs for the next hour or so. Not that you're glued to delivery train. I'm really excited for you, Sindri. New PC is absolutely huge. What specs have you got, Sindri, if you don't mind me asking? It is indeed a Tuesday. Yes, it's Tuesday, my dudes. As the meme goes. I know a few people are getting PCs and PC parts at the moment with the sales being on for Black Friday and stuff. It's a pretty good time. Like Zero Dawn mixed with Minecraft. That sounds perfect. Ooh, 9950 X3D, 5090, and 96 gigabytes of RAM. It was not cheap. I can imagine, Sindri, you're looking at around. Sindri, I think that are you UK based or are you NA based, Sindri? I think that you're. Well, it depends where you are, Delchan, because if you're in the US, it's going to cost you a lot more. Because, okay, there you go, you're UK based. So I reckon, yeah, £4,599.69. Because I know that a 5090 is around 2,300, depending on where you get it from and which one you're getting. Although there is the Black Friday deal, so I might be off. Took 2 weeks to say. You just got minus 50% deals on a hard drive SSDs right before all the Black Week. Oh, very nice. Getting a deal before the Black Friday week starts is good. Let's just queue up some of these updates. Oh, Timberborn. Oh, about merch. Microtransactions, the merch store. Nice. Now go and buy something we will not lose. This is funny. Making your patch notes humorous is quite good. A bit more than that when you factor in the motherboard and the M2. Fair enough. Ah, there you go. You went to a system builder rather than getting the parts and doing it yourself. I'm going to be honest with you. If you are putting a 5090 or other related parts into a PC, I would say go for a pre-built with a 5090 because. Sorry, I got thrown off there. You want to be able to rely on warranties, I think, for the 5090 still. Whereas on a 5080, I'll probably make it myself, yes. See, new solo leveling drop today. New solo leveling? What, you mean the game or the TV show? Is it the anime? Is there more solo leveling anime? Oh, okay. Solo leveling Arise Overdrive. Otherwise, I was going to get very, very excited. Because I'm a big fan of lit RPGs and progression fantasy. So for me, solo leveling is just the visual version of one of those kind of genres. And to be honest, with the fact they're making a game and it's done reasonably well, I think they will make they will continue that series because the series itself is very solid. It's a very well-made anime. It's what got me back into anime before I went to TwitchCon EU. And then on the way back from TwitchCon San Diego, I was watching Freerun. I watched the entirety of the series on the flight. And I heard that there was another series that released a couple of days ago on Freerun. Have you seen That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime? I have not. Freerun is next season. What do you mean by Freerun is next season? Yeah, exactly, Tabby. What? Check out the size of his bandwidth. I'm lucky with this internet. I'm just very lucky. Oh wow. Okay, I see what you mean, Aqua. This is a big meaty patch. Jeez. They've probably been working quite hard over the weekend on this for Enshrouded. That's a huge amount of changes. I would expect there to be a lot of changes around water visualization and the simulation factors of it. Have I read Stormweaver? Stormweaver. Is that a Stormweaver? Ah, Warformed. The Iron Prince books. Yes, I've read the first 2 of them. Yeah, very, very good. Is the 3rd one out? No. Damn. Release date 2026. Yeah, I'm still waiting on the next Warforged. most of the time, where I've started a series like that and I know it from before there's a second book, I know it by the name of the first book, not by the name of the series. It's a weakness in my brain. I don't. So I'm a spider. So what? So the only other anime that's on my must-watch list is, what was it called? Is it Cells at Work? So your price has gone up by 80%, but your speed has gone up by to 250%. So 180 to 250. It's a better ratio, I guess, for what you're doing. Cells at Work is fun. I've heard lots of very good things about it. Let's change my stream info. YouTube done. Let's do this. First time playthrough. Oh, that's the wrong button. Do this. Go live notification is... And then I will actually remember to change the category this time. Not that I didn't remember to change that before at any point. No branded content or anything. Nice. We like that. Apparently my YouTube wants me to be 2.5 hours behind. Press any key. And I'm good. Nah, I think we're good, aren't we, chat? Do we need to press any keys? Is this the game? Mage Errant. I have indeed read the Mage Errant series. Live. Game. Capture. Oh god, there's so many windows. Here we go. Which one's the... I know, where's the any key, chat? I can't find it. Can somebody tell me where the any key is? I need your help, chat. Chat, and once again, I'm asking for your help. Where is the any key? Soulframe, please drop the Founders Pack and update. I'm expecting that to be in US prime time. So I would expect that to drop probably 9 a.m. Pacific to 3 p.m. Pacific. Well, no, that'll be a bit late. 9 a.m. Pacific is going to be 5 p.m. UK time. They're probably going to launch it maybe 10:30 a.m. Try pressing N and E at the same time. Nah, that didn't work. That's loud. Okay, so press the N and E key. Oh, there you go. The N and E keys together worked, but it needs to be in caps lock. Thank you for your help, chat. Around 6 till 7 UK time is 10. That's 10 till 11 Pacific time. Is this how Horse Girl game starts? Sure. That is okay. I'll look for that key. Thank you, Tabby the Panda. That's really helpful. Okay. The Last Caretaker, Early Access, Reconnect, Recycle, Rebuild. Your mission to save humanity, one launch at a time. The studio is based in London, Ontario. Why can't you guys get your own names for places? New York, just call it something new. Like, you know, why use York and then have to include the word new? We would never take places and take their names. It's not like there's a place in the Isle of Wight called Egypt. What's wrong with London, Ontario? Nothing. Just you have to say Ontario. You can't just call it London. You have to call it London, Ontario. Why not give it a shorter name? London, Ontario. 6 syllables. I liked England better when it was part of Rome. I think the Romans did too. The Celts, probably not so much of a fan. You had the original York. You mean the York that's in the UK? Blame the British, they did want that part of Canada. The British wanted part of everywhere because the extended lads holiday went very badly wrong. Alpha, I'm actually going to have to warn you for that one. By putting that in quotation marks, you're actually in breach of Twitch's terms of service, bud. Yeah, I had this conversation with a moderator the other day because unfortunately Twitch's terms of service are... Let me share this with you quickly because this is a silly thing. And this is why, one of the reasons why terms of service don't work. Hateful conduct. Twitch does not permit behavior which is motivated by hatred, prejudice, or intolerance, including behavior that promotes or encourages discrimination, denigration, harassment, or violence based on the following protected characteristics. One of these is national origin. So you can't actually, by putting British in quotation marks of people, you're basically saying that people from that national origin are subhuman and therefore not people. So you actually fall in breach of the terms of service. Nah, you're all right. I'm explaining to you guys, like, because this is one of the things that happens on Twitch is that, like, you'll be joking around, but somebody can take your message out of context and you will get banned for it without the context of chat. Obviously, the moderators, the streamers can do stuff, but if you report it to Twitch, that's something else. There is another streamer who I know very well, who I've raided into a number of times. Some of you will know who they are, called Perry Carlisle. And her moderator, her head moderator, who does a lot of tech work for them, actually got banned on Twitch for 7 days. Because they made a joke about, oh yeah, well of course I hate women. Everyone who knows who knows that chat and is there, knows that in context that was related to the context of the discussion that was going on stream, where Perry was joking about this person, but also like because it was taken out of context and it's just a sentence by itself. The context doesn't matter if you are an individual viewer. So making a joke that falls into, or that could be seen to fall into, this encouraging discrimination, denigration, harassment, or violence based on those characteristics, while it might be a joke, is a problem. So as an individual chat member, be very careful when you make a joke like that. Put a /s behind it, put an emote on it, make it so that it looks defensible. Don't make it look dead ass, because if it does this, and there is no context on that other than what you provide in that message. So make sure you put a /s in there and you'll be okay. But this is how easy it is to fall afoul of the terms of service on Twitch. And I'll be honest with you, streamers are not held to the same level of accountability. Zalandros, you asked exactly the same question as I was saying it. Why do streamers get away with it all the time is my legit question. Streamers get the context applied to it, whereas as a chat member, you don't have that advantage. And there are also going to be automated systems where, for example, if I report somebody for, let me just check because it might have already been actioned. If I do this and I go into that, yes, there was one this morning on the Ferret stream that used the letters K, Y, and S next to each other as an acronym for something very rude. Reported that to Twitch, immediately actioned because Twitch knows that acronym doesn't require human review. A use of that acronym is going to be a problem. Well, exactly, Alpha. There's a line, obviously, where it's reasonable. But, yeah, I just wanted to warn you that taken out of... while you're fine in this chat, I'm not going to report you. If somebody did, you could potentially get in trouble, and this would be why. So I'd like to point out to people why that is the thing and how you can protect yourself. No, you're all right, bud. And I've had this conversation with a few people. I'd had this conversation with Jake. Jake made a comment in Thor's chat about, oh, well, you're British, so your viewpoint doesn't matter. And I was like, well, actually, here you go. Here's the chapter and verse of why you can't say that. And this is what I mean. Like, Twitch doesn't actually know how to judge this because the context matters. The context of what you're saying makes a huge amount of difference. How do Twitch know that this is what's taken place? They aren't giving a benefit of a doubt. They are basically, if it looks like it might be this, they will action you. So it's a whole thing. It's a really weird thing. There's a bunch of very strange rules on this. Another one that gets me, negative statements and attached to a person's perceived sexual behaviors or activities regardless of their gender. If you call someone a furry, that's enough to fall afoul of this. Which is insane, really, because, like, you can be making jokes about it all the time. We make jokes all the time about how, like, we were watching the OTK Expo, and there was that Critters game. I can't remember what it was called now. Critterville goes bankrupt. We were joking around with this, and people were making jokes about, oh, you know, people who made this must be furries, for example. And like, we have to take action. It doesn't have to be, but it's about the perception of it, Tabby the Panda. So that's why the problem is, again, it gets taken out of context. It doesn't actually matter if they are or aren't. Twitch will see it as being potentially related to this area of the terms of service, which is obviously a problem. So, like, Twitch needs to be, I think, all of these are really important rules, right? But, like, Twitch needs to be a bit better off with being like, where this is okay, where this isn't okay. Doesn't Twitch violate their own terms of service? Yes, all of the time. Can I ask what means what that person wrote in Ferret's chat? Balthazar K something S. The first word would be kill and the last one would be self. You can probably work out what the Y stands for. I get it all the time as a moderator, so sorry, I forget that one's not necessarily well known. But that's the kind of thing that you get. And that obviously is going to be breaking these rules. That very much is hateful conduct. That very much is harassment and targeted harassment. It doesn't stand for keep yesterday's socks. But that's the kind of thing. Like, that's the kind of shit that, but if you report one of those and it contains those letters, I get an email pretty much instantly that looks like this. Let's see if I can share this. As long as it's not got their name in it, I will show you. Hide that so you don't see my calendar for the day. You'll get one of these. We want to let you know that we've reviewed your safety report and determined that a violation of our terms of service took part. So that was a 941. There you go. That's the ad I was waiting for. Let me make this. You know what? You should change, but you know, we'll turn that one off and we'll go to Thord and Ramsey, which is a bit more easily manageable. So yeah, this one was reported at 9:37, and I got the response from Twitch 4 minutes later. So it's very much being done. This was all of what it was. Yeah, I've got a few inboxes. You know how it is. But yeah, so you'll do this, and you'll get this. We've received your report, and then you'll get a confirmation. And that account will have been deleted. Now, and this one was from 2013, I think it was 2013, 2014. So wild, but like that behavior is a thing. Oh, exactly. Yeah, Alpha said it very clearly. You don't want to keep reporting things that are not helpful. So I keep all of these. I have these auto sorts to a folder where anything I report, I then leave up, because the things that I report, I like to leave in the unban request to see if they get actioned properly. And if they don't get actioned properly, then we'll deal with them. Hello, Raiders. Calras, welcome on in with the raiding party of 7 people, buddy. How are you doing? Now, I did look at what you were doing. I looked at the game, and what was it? Nope, I forgot what game it was. I called in earlier when I was waiting to start my day, but I came off of your stream because I was covering for Ham. But yeah, so this is why the Twitch system does work well, but you can see very clearly a human is not going to review that in 4 minutes. There is no human sitting on the far end that's gone through that. So yeah, so the Twitch system does work, but you need to be aware of how you're writing things in chat. Outer Worlds 2. How are you enjoying it, Karas? I've heard good things about it. Music's good. I like that. Look at the settings. Field of view 100. Good default. I like that. Autosave. Every 15 minutes. A little bit more manageable for me, I think, with that. Writing is really good. The writing with the first game I recall being very good as well. Okay. Do you not want to tell me what my GPU usage is at? Also Nexus. I feel a little bit sorry for my Nexus, but it's on those little Corsair screens that sits on your keyboard. Mine is slightly. I feel like it's slightly abused because it's so old, but they make it work quite hard all the time. Okay, IQ, why aren't you working at picking up the load on the GPU? There we go. It should be. What are you doing? The GPU load for some reason isn't working. There we go. Apologies for that. Now I can correctly keep an eye on the GPU load while I'm doing this. You guys are only seeing in 60 FPS, so I'm not going to play it any higher than that. Keep the game stable for you. We'll turn off frame generation, see what this does to the PC. So far, everything seems to be working. Graphics, let's turn off motion blur, we don't like it. Gamma can stay. Mouse sensitivity, normal, interface. These are all changes I don't tend to make until I've actually played the game because... Okay. Alpha, thank you very much for the gift sub to Arathon. Very kind of you, buddy. You are awesome. New game. Hello, Caretaker. How are you doing? Great to see you. We were just talking about you a few minutes ago, actually. Moses Caretaker Unit. Activation sequence initiated. Ferrofluid. Core identity matrix fragmented. Memory archives corrupt. Okay, interesting. Ooh, okay. What? Why is there a little claw? Okay, that means grab. I like how it just counts it, and that's what counts. This is the sleeping. This is the sleeping, but rather than actually sleep, the robot just sits here, I think, or lies here and just watches the number go up. I want to grab the sheep. Let me grab the sheep. No, I want the sheep. Mine. No, okay. We can't take the sheep, okay? We've learned a lesson here already. Okay, that makes more sense.
But it doesn't have to stay that way. Reconnect the power. Bring this place back.
But I've got a bug. loot. I love looting things. Loot glass, copper. Okay. So basically, our job is to smash stuff. I like this already. Broken sweetheart. Broken sweetheart. Mosquito. I'm guessing these are the enemies in the game then? Find electrical cables, connect the battery to the outlet and restore the power. Okay, so you can pick up most things. I feel like I'm going to be an absolute menace in all of this. Grab computer? Oh, okay. I feel like this thing should contain electrical cables. Why aren't you breaking? How to decompile the shaders that fast? That part needed like 10 minutes for me, and the difference between the 5090 and the 5080 shouldn't be that big. I can't answer that question, unfortunately. Okay, let's have a look at what we can build. Make a torch. Optical lens, battery cells, what that needs. Enhancers are going to be stat points. Oh. Repair tool. Unlock. Can't unlock, don't have any skills. Copper, glass, rubber, iron, fabric. Do we have a weight? Is that what that is? Yeah, so it's weight-based rather than slots-based, I'd guess. Hello? Oh, broken robot. Oh, okay. Sorry, friend. You don't look so good. You can come with us, though. We're not going to leave you behind. Friend! Okay, chat. I need you guys to choose names. Suggest names for our new friend. These ones are... We're no longer friends with these guys. We're now friends with him. He has a duffel bag, so I'm going to bring his like... Bob the Builder, Fred, Jeremy, Sigismund, Wobblepop. I'm liking the variety here. Look, if you're sleepy, they're sleepy, okay? Make sure that your tech can sleep well. Oh, wait, I can rotate. Oh, okay. So it's 90-degree rotation, so I can do this. There you go. Now the computer can, you know, can correctly watch stuff. Nice. Spud, Robert. His name is Robert Paulson. Oh, no. Okay, so...
Good work, Caretaker.
Hey, okay, so now I lick...
Closer to reclaiming our home.
Look at the beautiful colors.
We've
I can see the delicious electricity. I feel like Robert Paulson might actually be a great name. His name is Robert Paulson. Yeah, that'll keep making me laugh, so I'm down. Metal junk, fire. Okay, the physics in this are quite fun. Okay, we'll go back and do the small side room first. Another one. Okay, the fact there's two of them means that completely changes how we do the names. 1 and 3. That comes with us. Okay, it's okay, there you go. So these don't open up in any way, so we can't actually do much with them. Okay, so the duffel bag isn't worth it. Sleeping bag, we don't need them. Bert and Ernie, Thelma and Louise, I like both of those options. Oh look, 3. We're getting loads of free robots. I love this. Maybe I should wait until we know how many we've got before I get you guys to name them. I still haven't worked out if we can actually open some of these crates. What's your power consumption for chucking everything around? You made... Oh, okay. So carrying this all around makes me run out of power. Can I gain power by licking this battery? Oh, yes, I can. What happens if I let myself keep charging? Input self, equalize self, output self. Oh, so you can charge things directly from... Okay, that's wild. That's very, very cool. I didn't realize that that was a thing. Nice. Okay, we like that. I'm assuming at some point we'll find a way of breaking down the junk metal parts into other things. There'll be some kind of like extract. You're coming with me. Okay, well maybe we should leave all of the friends together here. Just in case. Come on, up the stairs. Come on. Yep. There you go. 4 friends all hanging out. They're not lonely. Can I gain battery? Yeah, I mean, small. Okay, small Mike. You know what? Fine. You're not wrong. That was exactly what I said, word for word. I feel like that should open, but maybe not. Connect cable to myself. Ooh, I can download more health. Did I see the new patch of Space Marine 2 that dropped today? I did not. Backup station. Is this how you save? Nice, okay. Oh, thank you for thanking Corey, Agent Anthony. It's very kind of you to, even a few days later, to say that. It's very good. Very kind of you. That's the light switch. Make your way to the docking hangar. Okay, so the whole game is going to be around managing that power and that health resource. Okay, so those are my primary resources to be managed. Do I use less power if I have my my headlamp off? That's my question. There you go, 5. You can come back this way. We'll leave all of you in this room. How about that? I'm very gentle with them, okay? Very gentle. Jackson 5. Oh my god. I don't know why for only the charging of yourself you have to disconnect it and reel it in, whereas the other 2 seems to do that automatically. That's kind of strange. Ooh. Ooh. Here you go. This will help you guys be comfy. The Jackson 5. Can you charge them? No, but there's no option for providing power to any of them, sadly. I could climb that, but I feel like this is a more effective way of doing it. There's another one there. It's the Sarja boys. My little soda pop. Okay, hang on. Hold up a second. Okay, that was a bit of a ballsy jump that I probably should have thought about before I did that. Yeah, you can go that way. Friend. Now, I would never, ever, of course, take one of those out and about in public if I was, you know, going past some roadworks late at night. Just making sure there's no sneakily hidden loot. You know what developers are like. Game developers are full of secrets. That's my emotional support traffic pole, I'll have you know. I need it right now. You're gross. You're like the rejected brother of an octopus. Doesn't like computers, apparently. Junk, long iron beam. Oh, they explode. Okay, that's a whole thing. That's good to know, I guess. I haven't quite worked out what I meant to do with these guys, but fine. Do you just keep spawning? Ah, that makes more sense. Thank you, chat. Melee. That's helpful. Yes. Okay. I felt a little bit like the cat then in the cat from K-pop Demon Hunters. Every single part of that interaction was awful. Can I smash you open? Open sesame! You hit the arms in the middle so they don't respawn? That makes sense. I'm sensing that I can't smash my way through that. Fine. Come on. We're off on our way. There we go. Oh, hang on. You've got a friend who's really lonely down this side. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Hello, Ian Human. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
There she is, your vessel.
Oh, look, we get our own boat. Giving British people boats never went badly.
How you'll reclaim the seas, and perhaps even your identity. The dock systems are offline. Without them, we're trapped here. Restore the power, Caretaker, so we can sail again.
Okay, so you can reel that and unreel it as needed, depending on what the need of the time is. What is this? That's ours now. We found it. It's ours. I had a flag. It didn't. Glow stick. Okay, I actually have to warn you guys about something in advance. In Star Citizen, when we do come around to playing that, there's a whole thing. Look, the glow sticks are just really fun to mess around with. And like, if I find one in Star Citizen, normally I just end up keeping it. And I have quite a few. I once refunded a ship just so I could have more glow sticks. Which is the thing, it's part of what I don't like about the monetization. Ooh. No, no. God damn it. I'm not an expert, but I'm fairly sure that metal, etc. isn't meant to float. Broken steel tube, that's coming with us. You're coming with me? Okay, that one didn't float. You know what? We'll throw you more safely. See, I don't know that any of this is useless, but I also don't know if it is useful, so I'm just basically just gathering stuff up. How much is the limit on what we can take? So that's going to pull me in. Often taking... Ooh! I knew there was a reason I liked messing around with the environment. It's now a submarine, so fine. Fine. If anything, if the entire world is flooded, a submarine's going to be more effective for us. The stuff that we're collecting, it's very strange. I'm not sure that we're meant to collect it, but that's not really the point, chat. You don't need those cubes? Okay, well, we won't collect any more of the big cubes, just everything else. How about that? To be honest, I kind of just want to throw those things at people and see what happens. Up here is the opposite side. I'm not quite sure what that did, but hey, that works. What about this metal junk? As a robot, I'm pretty sure that I come with my own metal junk, but that's different. Good morning, Ross VH. How you doing, bud? Nothing is useless, but some is less valuable. Thank you very much, Omen Calls. That is really helpful knowledge, actually. I felt like it's the kind of thing that would be useful, so I'd rather have it than not have it. Short iron beam that I want to hold horizontally as I go through a doorway. That makes a lot more sense. If I do this, connect small battery, and I connect to self, I could top up my health some more. You will always need more plastic and fabric. That is very good to know. Thank you. When did this come out? I feel like it was very recently, but... Fourth of November? Yeah, it is very recent then. It's fine. So be it. Up first. We've started up. I'm loving the amount of exploration in this so far, I have to say. Is there anything further upwards from here? I'm going to go with no, but... Next thing we need to test out, chat, is if there is fall damage. I imagine there will be. It's a survival game, but then it's about how much fall damage is one take when you're interacting. Also, who's been living in the walls? Kind of feel bad for them. That's kind of rough. Oh, wow, that's outside. I'm guessing if I read those love letters I found, I might find out some more behind who that was. I'm guessing. Sorry, you're in between places. Absolutely fine. There is full damage. It saps energy first and then health. That is interesting. A very good way of doing it, I think. That thing flies a long way. That's going to need power. Okay, glass can't be broken. Good to know. Oh, this looks like a suitable height to test this. Okay. I mean, I'm a robot, so I imagine I can take more fall damage than, say, a human with our weak, spindly knees, but still. Yeah, a little bit, basically, power taken up to you for the, like, basically for your knees power. What? Fine. There was a loot all button somewhere I saw, but... What? How? Oh, it just kind of fell off, just... Fine. Thank you, whoever left all of these delightful glow sticks for me. Oh. I'm guessing it was my friend here. I won't leave you here, don't worry. We can come with. As you can tell, I now don't trust these. But this one can come with me. It's raw. I also think it's about time that we do this. He can sit here and watch our inventory for us. Okay, so you can just loot all directly from those containers without bothering. Why would you not want to smash those containers, though? Honestly, like, smashing the containers is just more fun. I really like the amount of, like, kind of physical control I have over just how much stuff I steal. I mean, acquire. Very British. You... Look, I'm not electrically trained. We are going to wait for the ads. I'm not an electrician. I've not done a huge... you know, I can rewire a plug socket. I can... You know, I can turn off the mains power. And I can, like, change a light fitting. I'm not sure I want to add electricity to this. What do you mean that looks fine? Matt, this tells me a lot about your student accommodation. If you're fine with this, yeah, fine. Sure. Does a submarine count as a museum? I guess so, yeah. Ooh, tools. Oh. Costs 25 watt hours. Okay. And a certain amount of resources. So it takes a certain amount of power to do the repair and also the resources on you. Why can't I hit someone with this? Oh, I can. Bioorganic, 1 out of 8? What? What are this? Okay, I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves. So let's restore power to the upper deck first. Let's actually follow the objective. See what it's going to make us do. Take some of the power out of this lesser one here. I wonder if I connect this one and this one. Oh wait, no. This should make them equalize the power? Oh no, that was output, I think. So I'm just extracting all of the power out of this medium battery. This one's now empty, so I can basically grab the cable and reel in. Give me those. No. Okay, so the order in which I do those interactions is going to make a big difference. I need to remember that. Here we go. So that's equalizing. Output mode. What? Unless... Where do you go? Yeah, we'll leave that as it is for now. You change the way the pipes are working by looking at the pipe, and that's what I've been doing. Equalize input and output. Yeah, it's a matter of if I go to. That's a C mine. That's a C mine right there. This is a bit ridiculous. I need to stop. If I walk around holding E, that works. What is... I can't say I really understand where this bioorganic has come from, but fine. Yeah, that's what I meant to do. Okay, I also have a question. I'm a robot. Robots are heavy and made of metal. If I go in the water, do I sink? I swim. I would like to think that I'm a... Okay, take out the arms first. Okay. Look, health and safety is exceptionally important, chat. We need to gather these health and safety related signs. Perfect. Nice and stable. For science... Oh, that thing looks friendly. I don't like that thing. I'm just going to climb out the water. I don't feel very maneuverable and or safe in the water, so as a robot, I'm going to leave. Ooh, batteries. Bioorganic matter. That was very effective. We like that, don't we? We love finding loot things. I mean, I guess you're not wrong. The science bit is marine biology. Yeah, marine biology, not my specialty. I have a friend who is a better marine biologist than I ever would be. I'll have to ask her. Well, that worked, I guess. See, I don't have enough power to turn that on properly yet, I don't think. That's my issue. That's my kind of concern. I could try. I'm gonna run out of power. Nah, I'll be fine. So I can go up here. Reel cable in. Grab cable. No. Connect cable. Grab this end of the cable, connect it to myself. And now I'm charging up again. Nice. Matt, why have you been up since 2 AM? Have you been working on your uni assignments? Is that what it is? You're studying. Can I turn this on? I feel like it's going to explode again, but fine. Oh no. I should have trusted you more, chat. I apologize. How much is this using power-wise? Not very much. Oh yeah, surprising amount. Give me health. You've been going to bed really early, probably because your cognitive load is quite high, I'm guessing. It tends to be what happens when you're working quite hard. Like, you'll fall asleep earlier and earlier if you're having issues. Not having issues, so if you're busy. And it will result in having issues if you do it for too long. Because that's how you get burnout. And we all hate having burnout. Okay, so that little entranceway drops you down. Let's follow this delightful blue cable. I'm assuming sprinting burns through my power faster. Oh. Matt, what have you done? Oh. That's not going to be the easiest thing to find all the stuff for. So I imagine that they will be giving me the materials I need somewhere. Need one more plastic. I hate these. These are gross. I definitely didn't hit that bit, but fine. They're grim. I don't like those. Again, we're just short on plastics. So I'm assuming that if I don't clear those things out, they will regrow. You need a Flammenwerfer. Or that is the perfect situation where a Flammenwerfer would make me feel better. Not that there aren't many situations where a Flammenwerfer wouldn't make me feel better. I don't like that light in there. Shouldn't people assume that Matt is US time zone because Matt's normally awake at weird times? That's why Matt often gets assumed to be a nice metal canister. Gas boiler parts? Okay. Got metals, bioorganics. I could just bring the boat outside, park it up next to the side and chuck stuff off onto it, couldn't I? Meow, I can hear a Bailey. He's asking for food. Okay, so I'm now encumbered. Let's have a look at what this is. So, inventory. 117 out of 100 kilograms, which means I'm going to be burning through more power. Skill points are unlocking my ability to make things. Okay. Enhancers. 20 unused enhancer points. Lifting capacity and efficiency, build time, pressure capacity, scrapping. Interesting that's scrapping is an interesting one. Power management. Yeah, I'm going to save these points for now until we know what's worth doing. Okay, power up the boat with electricity, power up the boat with diesel, repair the diesel engine, reconnect the engine cylinder to the diesel engine. When you're ready, open the dock doors and sail out. Use the recycler to extract materials from trash slash items. Okay, so the recycler. Is that an item that we can make? Dismantle tool. Scrap modules. That's not what I'm looking for. Durapack. Electric pistol. Electric pistol. Okay. Unlock hold. Enter. In row 1 to get the grinder, press T. I don't have that yet. The flashlight is really power hungry. That makes sense. Let's disable it then. Battery cell, connector port, conduit wiring. Diesel cylinder engine, electric. Oh my god, there's so much here to do already. Small battery I've made a couple of and I've nabbed. Lumelite. Small solar panel array capable of generating 900 watt hours in optimal conditions. You don't give me the number that you make on the Whisper. That's a No, no, which reminds that the information you've just given me is super helpful. There's a reason why it says tips welcome in the name. The fact that people call it different things, the grinder, that's helpful because that's what I kind of wanted so I could start doing things like this. Obviously, it uses quite a lot of power, but very fun. Love that. Give myself some more power. So I think the main thing I'm learning here is that power is effectively going to be king. Health is obviously important, but it's not going to be the be-all end-all as much as power management is. So I feel like upgrading my power management is going to be pretty good. If I can reduce my power consumption by, say, 10% just off the bat, or like even 5%, pretty good going. So I'm just going to do this up to 14, and then I'm going to increase my internal battery capacity by a small amount. And then let's start spreading these things around. Plastic scraps needed. Okay, now we're cooking. Honestly, why did I spend all that time, you know, grabbing stuff? Who's that? That's our friend Winky, who's going to be our DM for D&D December. He likes to watch, so we keep him with us when we're feeling lonely. Ooh, Pico Terminal. Quests. I love this UI for it. That's real nice. Survival Guide. Welcome, Caretaker. This operational manual is embedded in ROM as a safeguard against RAM data loss. Survive, find human seeds, place it into Lazarus pods, move Lazarus pods onto Lazarus racks, grow humans by providing food and memories. When a human is ready, move the pod to the rocket launch. So we don't actually summon the humans out. Materials are required through looting, recycling, or dismantling. They're essential for crafting parts, modules, weapons, and other useful items. Parts unlock gradually as you gain skills, repairing specific parts for crafting related modules or items. Example, learning the small portable battery skill unlocks metal alloy frame, power core, and control knobs and buttons. Fabricator module allows crafting of small to medium-sized items, such as consumables and machine parts. Module crafting is performed through your build option or crafting module using the required parts and materials. Recycling modules, parts, or items yields only a portion of the original crafting materials and parts used. Makes sense. Each module has sockets used to transfer resources. Some sockets are multi-directional, others are output only. You can change the direction of multi-directional sockets to force, out, in, or balance. Cables are categorized by resource type: fuel cable, gas cable, and water cable. I'm assuming that electrical cable is just implicit in there. Modules, batteries, small batteries. I mean, that's a nice suite of things. We'll learn those as we go. Defense. Cocoons are of unknown origin. These in several forms: green, white, and dark. Cocoons typically grow tentacles around themselves and store hostile entities within, so that's what we've encountered. White crawler and spitter. Night crawler and spitter from the ocean depths. The cocoons brute force are exposed to intense light. We'll encounter those enemies live. Read and learn. Weapons. Essential tools for defense against hostile entities. Ammunition required for ranged weapon. Electric, rifle, and pistol. Utilize electricity to deal damage to both near and far. You can connect yourself directly to electrical weapons using a cable. The rest of them don't matter. That's fine. We're a robot. We only use electrics right now. Okay, I don't want to alarm anyone, but my movement speed is not that great right now, so I'm just going to kind of do this and hope for the best. Because I'm hoping that somewhere on board this ship we can store stuff. Open container. Yes, we can. Is that now full? I'm guessing that's full. Zap. Okay. Is that the only storage we have? Jeez. That was the fishing net. Oh, my bad. Fine, I won't leave that in the fishing net. You said in the floor. We are slow. Storage is... Oh, sorry, you literally mean chuck it on the floor? I mean, I could do that, I guess. This is fine. What could possibly go wrong here? This isn't like a Skyrim level of dropping stuff on the floor and causing problems. No, what could possibly go wrong? Oh, wait. I'll take a couple of batteries with me, and... I'll take this. What are you, why, I don't even know why I was carrying that around. Okay, fine. Is literally everything able to be dismantled? Because if so, that's kind of neat. I mean, it looks like it is. I took energy damage from the fall. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I know. I'm very aware. Oh, there's no electricity on board the ship. That's also why. That would make sense. Ship has no power. Ship can't power me. That would be sensible. Yes, chat. You are about to recharge me up. Put it away. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. The mini batteries can be added to my toolbar. Thank you, Swithering Minds. Awesome. Let's see. Grab cable. Self. Reel the cable in. I'm gonna take the teddy bear. That feels like about as much as I want to do. And yeah, the recycler. Okay, maybe not. Ah, use the recycler to extract materials from trash/items. So if I connect this recycler up to this. Oh, okay. So I can just do... This is fun. I could do with one of these in real life. Imagine, like, you know, you're just bored one day, you want to pick up, you know, some junk that you've got lying around. Just chuck it into one of these. I don't think I can lift this, but we'll try it. Okay, so lifting it from different sections doesn't work. Okay, that's good to know. Do you know if there's any plans this to become multiplayer, chat? Lifting strength is king. That's very... Yeah, that's good to know. I didn't really think about that one before I did this, but hey. I like that they give you a lot of stuff that you can just chuck in here. I'm assuming I can build one of these recyclers on board my ship, and therefore I can, like, do this myself at some point. It does feel a bit like one of those games where I'm having to avoid, you know, dangerous backrooms creatures. Is there already one on the ground? What, on the boat? Nice. Okay, that's what I thought. I know I finished the mission, but at the same time, more things must be shredded. So they might do a co-op if it does well. I feel already like this will do well. Mechanics-wise, this is quite interesting. I'm feeling quite compelled already. Oh, okay, that's probably not a great idea. The cables can be pulled out of that. Okay, that's really good to know. I like that. The physical location of your cables will make a difference when you're carrying stuff. Nice, okay. Why are you trying to equalize me every single time? I didn't ask for that. So this one is methane, oxygen. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Ooh, this is how I can make stuff, but surely I can make stuff already with what I've got. I don't know if there are mimics yet. There could be mimics and I've been lied to all this time. Let's see. Fuel cable extender. I feel like these are going to be needed for down the line at some point, so I'm going to unlock those early. I'm going to leave 2 points in case I encounter something that I need for progression. But for now, I can make myself... Okay, so it's a queuing system. I love a queuing system. As we all know, a queue... That has to be physicalized, so we can cancel that. You want a battery cell, alloy frame, connector ports, and wiring. You've been wondering for the last hour why your hands are really cold and you forgot you had the window to your room open. You know it's the end of November. I'm glad that you enjoyed that, Matt. Any more robot customization? Wasn't here for the start, so I'm not sure. So I don't know if there was a character. There was no character creation screen that I've seen so far, but we are still very, very early on. There may be some more customization down the line. I don't want to make any assumptions just yet. Base Bear. The fresh air is good. That is true. Yeah, Chad is correct. So these should output into here. Nice. They gave the British person a gun. We've got a pistol. It's in a holster. I think I can do... Oh, down there. Okay. Consumable medium battery, consumable small batteries. Okay. How do I charge this? Hello, Vicky. How are you doing? You can charge it from a battery or from yourself. I'm just trying to find the button from which to charge it on myself. No, none of those. Oh, okay, look all the way down. Right. That's going to become very difficult during combat. Ooh. I have more shots. How many shots can it hold? Or is that the charge, just percentage-wise? Okay, so I can't do that for... Hello? Meow! Oh, no, wrong one. Grab this. Hello, baby boy. Ooh. Oh, you come to say hi to chat. Yeah? You've come to be a chatterbox with your little catterbox? Okay, so I don't need to have the gun out the entire time. So where do you go? Oh, somewhere upstairs. Cool. I won't jump up that, because that would go very, very poorly. Okay. So these are inputs you can actually create using diesel, petrol, fresh water, methane, and oxygen. So at some point, I imagine the crafting tree is going to get very complicated. Reconnect the engine cylinder to the diesel engine. There's so much to do. Box tax. So, this is obviously keeping the base running right now, but it's actually not needing... Okay, it is. It is using the power. Good to make sure. So, good time to go upstairs and see if we can... Now we can fix those different forms of power supply. And the battery down the level of the boat? That's good to know, thank you. Vicky, have you seen this game? This is a survival crafty one, so you know it's right up my street. Hi Bailey. Yeah. He's a good boy. Right. For those of you who don't know, this is Bailey. He's 15 years old. He's a baby boy. He likes to shout about everything because that's his role in life. So if I do this, and then I connect that up with that. No. This should provide input and then output. Output. That should be flowing in towards the batteries and the boat. Yes, we can see the flow of power. Oh, Bailey has lots of opinions, and he's very happy to share them. The Daily Bailey from yesterday, of course, was him having a bit of a frolic outside. So we're still short on plastic. We can sort that out, though. It's not going to be a problem. Fabric. Plastic and fabric. Well, plastic means, I reckon... No, it wasn't 2. Was it 3? Inventory. How do I add my disassembler to my action bar? Right click on the dismantle tool. Ah, oh, you're a legend. Thank you for that. So now I can press 7 and I can get the tool out. It's also the best number. Thank you very much again, all of you. I wish I had one of these in real life. Like I said, one of these tools would be good as well. It took you 30 hours to find... Oh, so you were having to press T every time. See, I think so far one of the things that I can definitely say is missing is the... like kind of a bit more of a tutorial. But again, it's brand new into early access and you wouldn't necessarily do stuff. You recommend power the structure on there? Which structure? You mean this structure? I need to get a bit more power in, I think, but I can try. You need power output. I can just drop for now. Why are you not creating any? Is it because there's not enough sun? Like, you've got enough sun? That says electrical output 0. One more. The T1 solar panel is bad? Okay. More solar panels needed. I'm going to have to eviscerate more of these. Hang on. That's one. Nothing taking power. It should be. I've only got one running so far. I need more plastic. Yeah. Here we go. 16. The power should flow through this, though, by my understanding, and it should be going into this, unless this is an output panel of some kind rather than an input panel. Oh no, that appears to be working. Ah, that's why. Okay. It's another manufacturer and okay, and another recycler up here. Okie dokie. So I should be able to go like this. I keep on expecting I've done something wrong. It's probably because I've disconnected something somewhere where I shouldn't have done. I'm going to do this. No, 5. You didn't turn on the switch on the recycler? That would make sense. Hang on though, there is something I want to work out. 7. So it's giving me plastic scraps. What do I need to do to turn plastic scraps into plastic? Do I need to put those through the recycler? It will draw. Okay, nice. Nice. That makes more sense that way. $80 Wh. 7. Yeah, that's good enough. So if I stand here and I do plastic scraps, surprisingly effective. Recyclable. Item, trash, item, cable. So the trash items, the ones that we can do. Memories, we're not going to get rid of. Oh, that would be easier, you're right. Deposit all trash even faster. I'm just gonna... This is a bit slower than I expected. So I've only got one... Why isn't it? If I fix up more of the, I didn't pick up the plastic scraps, did I? That's why. You unplugged the main power grid to the building? Yeah, that was my intention. I need to charge myself up a little bit. Just a little bit of extra power. But I needed this stuff first. Now, can I make a small... So I have this battery container, the consumer one. I assume that I can't fill that any further, even though it has what looks like a bar. That on use consumes, yeah. So it's not like I can fill it up any further, which is just a strange, bit of an odd way of doing it, really. I'm hoping that I can finish repairing this. Charge myself up from this one, and then while I fix this one... Hi! Are you shout... Not what I wanted you to do. Remove the only one side for it to balance, and you can drain the battery to charge yourself. So then... Connect you up onto that one. No, I can't. I can take this one off of myself. Put it onto there. This one I can take off. And this will give me, should give me 3 watt-hours a second. I just need to charge myself up. Hi! Such a big baby boy, aren't you? Are you waiting for some chicken? Is that what you'd like? You always want chicken, don't you? So you can see now that I'm charging up. So I'm at 0.1 out of 0.6 kilowatt hours. I find it deeply funny this robot has less power than my 1 kilowatt hour battery does. Don't change the flow of energy. At the moment, I'm just using it to top me up. Because otherwise I'll die, and I don't want that. Well, I assume I'll die. If you run out of power, do you just kind of freeze in place? Is that what happens? You lose health, then die. There you go, thank you. That storm's moving away from us. That's fine, that's good news. We like that. It will consume your hit points. Yeah, that's not ideal. We like our hit points. I'm very attached to those, personally. Hi, baby boy. Oh. Oh. No. Oh, yeah, you're a good boy, aren't you? You're rubbing your face on stuff. I need to give you more of a brush today, don't I? Medium battery charge rate is 200,000 kilowatts. These things are only 4 kilowatts per one. I mean, these aren't even generating 4. These are generating 1. Oh, no, they are. Okay. That one's not generating anything, apparently. It's in the shade of the first one. I mean, that's enough power for us to keep going, so I can just reel this one back in now. And now I should be able to connect this one up as well. To equalize down. No, to send power out. When that's needed. Let's see what else works. Num num num. That was rude, wasn't it? Imagine things made of rubber that bounce off of the recycler. Couldn't be me. Oh, you can actually load them in. I don't have to throw them. Nice. I'm guessing not enough power? Yeah, because the sun's got him. That's fine. What we can do here. Reel that in while that's happening. So we've got those 3 solar panels now, which is fine, but we've also got this option. Fix up the turbines. So we could fix up some of these. No, 5. I'm low on iron, fabric, and silicon. Yeah, I left some juice in the batteries down below, correct, yeah. So I wonder what one of these breaks down into. Connect self. You can use the energy from batteries. Change the flow of the cables to balance. Okay. So you're saying if this was set to equalize, and that was set to equalize, this will actually charge when there is charge to be brought to you. Is that what you're saying? If I change all of those to equalize up the chain, then we should actually we should be able to utilize that battery flow better. And then I can just leave a small amount of power being drained by this, because I'm only using a small amount of power. You can't charge the battery either when one way? Yeah, that makes sense. So if I I'm gonna need silicon. That's gonna be, I'll stay downstairs for a while and do some stuff down here. Makes me sad. Plastic. Okay, nice. So I think basically it's just about recycling pretty much everything that we find for now. I'll recycle the stuff I've got up here. We'll recycle the stuff that we've got on board the ship that we've been gathering for all this time, even though we didn't really have a reason to. I do, however, feel like we'll get silicon from one of these potentially, or potentially something that's like, you know, ship related. So let's go see what we get from the bodies of one of these. You get more XP by using this mantle tool, do you? Okay. I feel like you get more yield from using this though, or am I wrong? Certainly power usage, that's definitely a thing. The yield is the same. Oh. But whether I want to use the power remotely or I want to use the power myself. Okay. That makes more sense. That makes sense. I like that I can go 20 meters from the electric cable as well, or I could actually make myself a chain of like if I made, for example, a chain of cables that went through and I had those power extenders, I can see that I could set up basically a power relay for myself to go back to one of those batteries. A bit like the airline that one would get for a diving bell. No more cable left. Oh, come on. Oh no, I'm out of cable, that's why. Fine. Grab cable self, hold, drop. Bit like that. You can bungee with the cable. Okay, that. If I Okay, by my understanding, the... Oh... The cable shouldn't hold your weight, surely. Hi, baby boy. So for example, if I'm hanging from, say, a window, doing so from one of those cables doesn't seem like a good idea, because I can't imagine it's going to sustain my weight much. Okay, so basically doing it with this manual dismantler is a far faster way of getting the XP. Unintended mechanic, you can sustain any weight? Okay. Okay, so I can bungee jump off of that. Okay, that's promising. I'm gonna do this onto that side. You put onto there. You. Yeah, you'll dismantle. So once the daylight starts up, these should start charging again. It's better to daisy chain what batteries to each other rather than going into an input. You really? Because this way, the power from those two is going to get I mean, I guess it's much for muchness. This doesn't make a huge amount of difference. It's the same amount of efficiency. You can't dismantle the health station. Okay, it was worth a try. Hi. Oh, yeah, who's a good baby? What's up, baby boy? What are you up to? You wanting attention? Look at the power on the batteries, about the same. Yeah, it will be, because they're all equalized out of that central point. Yeah, that's the point of what I did. What's... Daisy chaining, save some cables. It's still one cable. The point, it's still one cable usage. Doesn't matter how long that cable is, right? Because it still uses one cable. If it was multiple cables, I would understand, but unless I'm wrong, that's literally the same output right now. You don't have to pull from such a point. No, you don't have to, but you can. I've not got any other use for that side right now. Right? So, what's wrong with what I've done? That's what I'm really asking. Oh wait, I need to disconnect from this cable. If it's 1 meter, it's the same cable. Yeah. It looks bad. Oh, okay. That's fine. Fine. There's no current losses gained based on length. There's no electrical resistance. Well, yeah. Okay, if you... Just check what he's doing. I'm just gonna give him some food. I'll be right back. I'm losing one M cable, but like we said, cable doesn't have a distance, so it's if it's just because it's ugly, that's fine. I'll do it just to wind chat up. That doesn't bother me at all. I just want to understand if there was something like resistance that was causing an issue. Because if this game had resistance as well as everything else, can you imagine the depth of like how complicated it would be to make the circuits that you need? It would be wild. Very cool, don't get me wrong, but absolutely wild. It uses up a meter of your cable. Yeah, but... Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is, one item of this electric cable. So I've got, there's 3 plus 15, 10 plus 13. What does that mean? 3 that I have plus 15 that I could make. Can I move the cat cam? I can, but he's not here. Sorry, my bad. That's build. So if I go to my inventory, like, I've got one of these. One cable reaches 20 meters. Right? So it doesn't... Oh, one item is 1 meter. So this is just 1 meter's worth of cable. Ooh. So I need to have more cables. Okay, so, okay, that makes more sense. Thank you. Now I understand that that's using 3 cables where 1 would do. That makes more sense. This will probably run me out of power pretty soon. More plastic scraps, more metal scraps. So this cable here, which is 20 meters long, could actually use far less if I just didn't have... Oh, yeah, see, I got 1 out of 15. What? So if I just take this cable back... By that logic, I should have 16 cables. I do. Nice. That makes more sense. Thank you. So if I take this one back, because I'm not currently using it, that I do need to use it because I've got a bunch of scrap on me that I can do this with and deposit all trash, and it will turn it into delicious items. Punch a hole through the wall. Yes, on it. Oh wait, it won't let me. Oh dear. Walking overweight, spending 20 times power. That's yeah, fair enough. Okay. There's a lot of game in this game. That's what I'm learning. So you can take that. Leave it on, but unplug. Whee! Wild. Wild, wild, wild. Okay, so back to salvaging. The thing I still haven't found much of is silicon, so I imagine that finding a computer somewhere would be helpful. Marine fenders. This is just fun, just dismantling stuff. Love it. Love this. I could scrap my dead robot friends, but it kind of feels a little bit wrong. I would do it, don't get me wrong, but like... Oh wow, you weren't kidding when you said that the beds were worth dismantling. Jeez, look at that. High-tech scraps, aluminium scraps, wire, copper. I'll take it. The beds are packed with loot. New discovery, high-tech scraps. We'll have to go back and find the other one. Those of you who have played this before, is it worth just us going back on ourselves to the start of the map? scrap the other robots. That's what I mean. There's five robots back up there. Scrap everything. Okay, well, it's time to get started then. No known pattern for item. Unable to extract all parts. Okay, I'd like to test this. If I go into skills, and therefore I could make a small battery. If I can now do that, it will give me... Oh, it's actually to give me the battery cell. Okay, so I can start making those myself if I need to. So I can actually make batteries for my boat. That's promising. We like that. So basically what you're saying, Yarberdo, is try and scrap this while I'm here, but there's no point coming back here in the future if I don't need to be here. I'm going to need to go back to a recycler and get rid of all the weight I'm carrying, because I'm carrying so much more weight than I need to. Dismantle batteries and solar panels to rebuild them later on the ship. That's what I'll do before I leave here. The solar panels on the roof and the turbines I'll dismantle. That just seems to make sense. Why would I not make the most of all of the free resources that I've been given by the game? Makes sense. The game has no point of no return, so if you do want to return, sure, go for it. Okay, that's good to know. Your boat has battery and fuel tank. You can build extra batteries. I think I will build extra batteries just for, like, quick transfer on deck. I leave that there for now. Keep the small batteries. It has a lot of ports on the boat. Yeah, I've seen the boat has a lot of ports. I'm going to have to put some power into the boat at some point, but that's what I'm filling those batteries upstairs up with, because what I'll do is I'll link those two batteries in a daisy chain, and I'll jump down and try and put power into the boat from up there, because that's basically my power route from up top. Yeah, once we've finished getting these 3 items, I'm just going to go and unload on the boat, Mad Dog. Yeah, exactly. I need to find out where the boats... I have the battery I was just using here. That's one of them, but I feel like the boat's going to be able to store more than one medium battery, right? And if it can't, I want it to be able to store more than one medium battery. Oh, it doesn't? Oh. Hmm. 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 Oh, I like that you can set it up to filter by so many different variables. So the maximum... Oh, it only holds 6 kilowatt hours. Mm. On a boat this size? Man, tech's taking a step backwards. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Same mistake again. Might be a better place for piles? Nah. Nah, on deck or bust. If I drain that battery in its entirety, I don't think about it anymore. Game is amazing, people. There's so much to it. I'm really surprised at, like, already just how much mechanic there is early on. input seems like one of the more permanent ones. If I want to store, if I'm using somewhere as a base, you know, having base power seems equalized. But if I want to move everything across onto the boat, having it at a different level of power. Ooh. Okay, so you said below deck there is... You don't look so healthy. I'm going to be really honest. Like, that's not really what I like seeing on board the ship. We'll do this. You like the mooring points? Mooring point? Hello. Oh, did you like that food? Was that nice? Yeah, good boy. How come you've got so much floof when I only brushed you a couple of hours ago? Very surprising, B. But these are diesel cylinder. Wait, there's diesel engine cylinder. What's... Gun. Bedroom? Is this what this is meant to be? Bedroom / storage room? But wait, that said... If... I want to leave those in there so I've always got one to hand. If I get XP for... using the dismantler, why on earth would I use this recycling machine? You get XP. Oh, you get XP from the recycling machine too. Okay, so basically break things down to the scrap components using the dismantler, then it doesn't really matter. Fine. The machine's more direct, faster, and you need to refine the scrap with it. Well, am I refining the scrap? Yeah. I just meant in terms of like this stuff, because people said that you didn't get XP when using the recycler earlier, so I was a bit confused. You know, streamers, we get easily confused. Very easily confused, us streamers. I feel like the UI for it is very helpful as well. We're gonna have to go back and get those other robots, you're right. I don't think I want to dismantle this one. Plonk it there. And then I can, if I ever need to, I've now got half a kilowatt hour I can just put into the boat. If I had like 4 of those, it's kind of helpful to keep. Hi, baby boy. Yes, you're such a cute cat. Yeah, you keep walking into the room then walking out because you want a cuddle. I know what it is. You chuck everything into the machine, direct faster whenever you get a machine close to the junk. Yeah, I mean, I know that I'm absorbing battery power very, very rapidly. Carbon dioxide output. I'm guessing that's from the diesel exhaust of some kind? Oh wait, that's a large crate. I can't lift those properly yet to recycle them using the dismantler. I would definitely have put a hole in the, like an openable hatch here if I was making this ship, that's for sure. Diesel engine cylinder. Does that just go into one of these? Hi. What is it? You want to shout at me? You want to say hi to chat again? Hi, baby boy. Yeah. So I'm guessing it's a 5-cylinder diesel engine? The more electrical engines, is it the faster we go, but the more power we drain? That's what I'm feeling vibes wise. Might best do that again. Oh no, I think I've fucked that one up. These small or... Consumption is also based on running at 100% will rapidly drain you. Makes sense. This looks like diesel to me. Oh, look, a small explosive container. Let's throw it around. Very stable. We love that. Do that. Did anyone no, I've heard the mooring cables mentioned, but I don't know anything about them yet, unnamed. To achieve full speed, you need both diesel and electric. I imagine that you can go both of them. That is on input, isn't it? Oh, it's not. Thank you, Swithering. Thank you, Mythicus, as well for that. Side of the ship, you can tie your ship to the dock. I've seen that I can tie the dock, and someone mentioned the mooring cables earlier, yeah. So the longest cable length I can get to is 20 meters without an extender. Even if I've got 28 meters, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Okay. I'm starting to see where things fit together. Things are starting to make sense, which is nice. I think there are definitely things that the game could teach you about better, like, you know, like you said, applying that dismantle tool into your hotbar. That would be really helpful. So the boat's got 1.96 kilowatt hours out of 3. We'll get there. I will extract more power. Navigate is hard too until you get the hang of it. Interesting. Okay. The fabricator does pull from nearby inventory, same as crafting. That's good to know. I didn't actually know that there was a nearby inventory pull, but that's a very good feature that games are including these days. Small diesel container. No, wait. I wanted to take that. Ah, there we go. Loot is down there. Loot that. I'm genuinely surprised at how stable all of the interactions are with all of these items. I know that I'm overweight. The big boss in this game is inventory management. Yeah, it shows. Yeah. So I'm using 1 kilowatt. I'm assuming that's per hour of the power drain there. Loot that. Research the box. You can carry the box around. I think I will have to research the box. That sounds like a good idea. But deposit junk. And then I can do this. Enhancers, skills. Is it one of these ones? Diesel generator, fabricator, recycler, small diesel container, Durapack. Small storage container. Perfect. Lumilite. And the Whisper, so I can dismantle those on the surface more effectively. If you can make diesel generators, fabricators, and recyclers, does that mean you can also dismantle fabricators and recyclers as well? My autosave is set to 15 minutes. I always change autosaves down because autosave amount is never enough for me. You can put a lot of stuff on walls and... What do you mean by on walls and ceilings? Do the storage box and you'll see. I will do that then. So I need to make 2 alloy frames and 1 display screen for every one of those I do. So if I do 1... Alloy frames. 4 alloy frames. We can make quite a lot of storage. You can use the build menu from yourself as well using B. Yeah, I know that one. I've noticed that, which is nice. Does that pull from nearby inventory as well? It seems to. But if I make the item like this is what I want to check. Cancel. If I go into this and make the Durapack now. Okay, so it still asks me to make it and then it can do it remotely. That's fine. How far away from one of those can I walk if I wanted to, say, really experiment? This building stuff. Okay, not what I was expecting to happen, but fine. You can spam click if you want to make several at once. That's also good to know. If I press 7 and I open the container, I could put in all of our fabric. How much can I store? Metal, carbon fiber, you're not metal. You're also not metal. Not metal? Oh, okay, so it fills up based on weight. I'm guessing. We need to make more of these. One thing you can never have too much of, storage. Meow. Hi. You back? You keep on arriving and then disappearing. Oh, you want rubes? Okay. Sorry, chat. We have to stop and give B the all-important pet. Oh, no. Okay, you're gonna have a belly rub and show chat your tum tum, are you? Keep an eye on your tail to make sure you're nowhere near the chair. Yeah, thank you. This one can be used for cabling. Component parts on the end. Omega 3? I'm guessing we need that for humans of some kind. Oh, these are diesel containers. That wasn't an engine part. That's the engine part. Beautiful. I'm guessing that's now gone. Container? I was kind of hoping to top that up, but fine. Small ones are one use. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense then. So adorable, Bee. Teddy bear, you're getting saved forever. And metal 2 can go in here as well. Gold, delicious. Mine. Consumable batteries. Don't like the amount of spark that I got from dropping that. That's deeply upsetting for containers full of diesel fuel. What could possibly go wrong? This is a fishing net. Ooh, okay. You still sorting yourself out, B? You having a clean? You only leave a few boxes of material on the ship. You have one huge. Wait, see that's the point. I don't know about huge storage yet. The place that you've listed doesn't. It's a foreign place to me, Mythos. I'm also a loot goblin, Swithering Mine, so I feel like it might end up being the way. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be really honest. It might just be the way. No. You can go away. Well, this is too short range, but... I don't like the shark. This really is like Raft in that regard. When I completed the game has to offer, I'm saying about 20 plus the largest storage containers, lol, 10 of them being on your boat. I feel like that makes sense. I feel like that's what I would do. Yoink. Hello, what are you? I'm massively over cucumbered again. Ignore them, they'll ignore you. I'm not sure that's how this is. I've played quite a few survival games in my time, and I'm not sure that ignoring the shark seems like a good idea. What do you mean, sweet bio meat? It isn't all meat bio. You know what? I don't actually want to know. I don't actually want the answer to my own question. Never mind. Fabric deposit. Oh wait, these are all like memory items. So I should save the memory items separately because that's what I use to train help humans later. Helping humans, yes. Definitely helping the humans. So wait, this doesn't count as trash, but it's still meant to be recycled. Okay. Okay, my boat is out of power now. That's good to know. You may want to save any... Oh, I did not save the bio stuff. You regretted scrapping it all for the first 5 hours? Luckily, it seems like we ran out of power before it all got processed. However, some of it might have gotten processed. We'll have to find out after the ad break. B's working out what it is that he wants to do right now, so he's just having a bit of a think. You gonna have a lie down? Yeah? Okay. I do wish it was co-op. That's my only wish so far. Having some people around to also engage in shenanigans would be fun. You'll get a lot of bio when you go out at night, so I don't like the idea of that. That sounds unsafe. So, this has been dismantled. If I could make those, I would definitely nab it. This game needs co-op so badly. I imagine it's the kind of game that would really benefit from it. But again, with things like Raft and stuff, that's when you do start getting into some more complicated issues with the game at that point. Because obviously, it's just more moving parts. You think you can already? I've not heard from anyone this is co-opable, but like I said, I could be wrong. Oh yeah, you can dismantle the recycler, etc. Okay. Interesting. Check your skills, maybe it's 3 or 4. Oh, the battery. The medium one. No, the medium one is... There you go, down on level 8. Which we're not too far away from. You can recycle almost anything anytime, however. If you didn't learn the thing, you won't get back everything like it was damaged. Yeah, that's what I've seen so far. There we go, level 5. Nice, we like that. You might have spent a lot of time in here. If you were still level 8 when you were here, respect to you for taking the time to harvest everything, because I won't harvest everything. Well, then again, maybe I will. You can build things like turbines and solar panels on the boat, which is what I'm going to work towards. Okay, I'm going to put the music back on because the game music at the menus has somewhat ceased. So if I do... Nope, that Spotify buttons keep on breaking through Stream Deck. Do this. Is that working on stream? Yes, it is. Most valuable to recycle is your robot friend. The fancier, the better. Yes. We'll go back up the long way once we've done that up here. And we'll dismantle our robot friends. I imagine those robots give you quite a lot of XP when you harvest them. Actually, no. You know what? You can come with us. Emotional support sign. Beds are better than friends unless they are angels or sharks. Wait, angels or sharks? I've seen the shark, obviously, but like, angels? Don't worry about it. I feel like I'm slightly worried about... You'll know the angels when you see them. I feel like that's going to be quite an iconic enemy of some kind, but I'm not sure I want to deal with an angel. Like, that just seems like a lot of extra hassle, really. Data equalize. Okay. On the roof. Ah. Can I add things to the recycler while there is no power? Yes, I can. I can take out the bioorganics that I didn't want to spend, and I can add the rest of the trash that I do want to spend. Deposit the omega-3. I'll also leave the biomass in there. Battery can be placed down elsewhere. Metal can be sorted out. Glass, plastic, fabric, copper. Aluminium. Gold. Rubber, glass, plastic, fabric. Okay. A little lighter. Okay, the small storages aren't that great. Like, I see what you mean. There's quite a lot of stuff and not a lot of storage. There you go. That's 1 kilowatt hours worth of electricity just saved on the ship in small batteries. You can use the J key to put it. That's good to know. Thank you, Builder. I think I saw that on the UI, but forgot about it. Yeah, that's all the diesel drained. The pinned message should be gone. It's not showing up on my screen, Stanzia. Let me have a look. If it's not, then... Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's not. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, Stanzia. So we did move the Jackson 5 downstairs some. Ooh. Wait, there's not much power regen back up top, so I don't want to waste lots of power regen on the way. Oh wait, it's down, isn't it? Oh, I think I threw that person down the wrong side. He's just having a nap, see? He's just sleeping, chat. He's just sleeping. Oh, okay, I can't slide down, that's a shame. Oh no, he is here, see? He just fell a bit. Oh, is that the glowy light that's shining through the sleeping bag? That's funny. That really threw me for a second, actually. Hello, Demac, how are you doing? And of course B is here as well, yes. Computers are worth 2 and fabric, yeah. I'm getting a rough idea now of what seems to be worth it and what seems to not be worth it. Metal seems so plentiful that it's almost not worth harvesting. Oh, actually, I have an idea. Might not be a good idea, but might be a good idea. We'll try it out. Because health is a resource. As long as I've got some health, we're going to be good, right? So that obviously used up more than I had. Metal, metal, metal. No power. Okay, so it won't let me do... $30 giving that health, so I can do this. I can heal myself. I took most things of value. This pillow couch is going to come with me. One hit point per watt? That makes sense. Oh, the bed's at the start. You're right. I haven't got the power for that, though. Was there charging on the way? Let me have a think. I don't remember any batteries back there, but we'll try it. There's 3 there. There's 3 beds, but that's what I mean, battery. I need charging. Oh, there was one here. Nice, that'll do. The bed frame. The rave cable, that's a good way of putting them. They do show you where the enjoyable stuff is. Fabric scraps times 4, take that. Hi, baby boy. Yeah, he's a good cat. Have I looked at or played Enshrouded? I was playing it all of last week. We're really enjoying the game, Keynucleans. Keanucleans, not Keynucleans. That makes much more sense. Really enjoying the game so far. Yeah, the game feels pretty good. I'm enjoying the mechanics. There's a little bit of I think they will do better once they're fully out and about. You know, they're fully released when they've got like kind of a bit more tutorial about how to use certain systems and how to do things like simple things like, you know, setting your hotbar at the bottom, which is one that doesn't seem to be particularly easily explained. But yes, Demac, we have indeed played Enshrouded. I haven't played it today with today's patch, but we were playing it last week on stream. Forgot I did that. This looks very Rust meets Halo. So far, I would say it's a bit like Rust. No, not necessarily. No, it's more like Raft, sorry, and a different robot game. I'm not sure which robot game. Mosquito. Broken Sweetheart. Meow. I can just hear you shouting, baby. What is it? You want me to come and cuddle on the sofa? Well, unfortunately, my bean, I have to do some work in. Yeah, you've had chicken. That's why you're so excited, isn't it? Right, I'm just going to go see what he wants. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm back. Thank you for bearing with me. He just needed a little bit of food top up. That's what he was asking for. Computer. You've actually turned Kronos on to do your weekly medication sort out. Ooh, exciting. not very, but you know what I mean. Make sure I pull my socks up properly so I don't get cold feet. Hello, John O'Clock. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. I mean, like, you know, I'm over encumbered. I need to not make myself more over encumbered. It's going to take me a week to get back up to the surface. Can you see the bottom of his food bowl? Yeah, I mean, we've had to switch Bailey over to using, you know how dogs will have those, basically, like, bowls to stop them from eating so quickly? When he was, when he wasn't well, we've switched him over to using those, and it's worked so well for him not just wolfing his food down that we've actually just, we've left him on the slow feeding bowls. So the bowl itself is like, it's got like ridges and it's got like basically like a spiral pattern inside so that he can't just like yeah, he has to actually like work around it and try and eat it. One more computer. He doesn't just flip it over. No. No. His dry food, he might do that, but no, he wouldn't. It's not in his nature. He's a remarkably, how to describe this? He's a remarkably non-destructive cat. You have that problem? He literally devours his food too fast and gets sick? Yeah, that's the problem that we were having. I foresee a problem here. Okay, well, I'm going in the water guaranteed because I can't make it around that. Oh, you move much faster, but you also drain a lot more power in the water. Okay. He doesn't make eye contact with you as he slides a glass table? No, he doesn't do that, thankfully. That would be a problem. No, he doesn't push many things off at all. He does do some weird stuff like opening up cupboards so that he can walk inside of them, but that's a cat for you. Like, not really sure what else I could expect from him. So I feel like up the front of here, we could basically make a bunch of these, like the Whisper and the Lumilite. Probably the Whisper for the boat. The Wind seems to be better for boats than... Oh, I don't. It doesn't make that much of a difference, to be honest. The game probably creates quite a lot of still weather. Turbines take constant damage. You need to repair them frequently. Okay, that's good to know. Solar does not. Interesting. These are doing quite well on power, to be honest. So that's going to be where I need one of these electrical cable extenders. Which requires plastic and iron, but we can do that in a bit. Look at the ground and press the mouse button while fabricate cable extender. Nice. I haven't got the range for it, but that's good to know. Oh. Apparently I got close enough to my storage on the ship that I could do it. No, I just need to get the iron and the plastic. Yeah, I thought that when it opened up, like, it might have grabbed the range, but I'm 90% certain it was plastic that it needed, but oh, nice, okay. It automatically completed as I got close enough to it. Sweet. Ooh. Little fun button. This will start churning out resources now. Just a tad. Doesn't really matter as much to get metal, as you said, but always better to have some plastic. You don't want to equalize on that cable. At the moment, I do. I don't want to drain my power supply upstairs yet, because I'm not finished upstairs. So I want to retain some power up here so I can use it as a checkpoint for when I'm going to and from upstairs. If I only had one of these connected up, I would drain one of them, but I don't need to right now. So I need to use that as a midpoint, as it were. Unless there's a good midpoint I could use up here, which there probably is. Plastic, yeah. If you say things like you don't want to equalize in that cable, you birdo, I would probably say that the best way of working with me is to explain why as part of your statement. It generally will give me the context that I'm missing. So if you explain why as part of that, more likely to get me to do something. Which is probably why teachers hated me when I was a kid, to be honest. Kind of fair. Plastic scraps and metal scraps, fine. Oh, wait, actually, that would have worked, wouldn't it? If I switch that back to... and put it on equalize, that will top me up far faster. And then I can just set that back to output. Tell you why, nothing but a hut. Wow. I mean, durability 12%, rough. 6. Ooh, there's other ships and such out, but there by those things. Hello, are you back? You've decided that you're back because you've had your food. Okay. Okay, baby. Okay. That's kind of fun, I'm not gonna lie. You can leave them on equal. I could, but I don't want power being drawn back up the stairs to power the recyclers up here. So I could do that, yeah, but I don't really want to. Fabric, copper, and silicon, 3. Alternatively, no known pattern for items, but I do have the pattern for that item. Oh, unless this is a more advanced version of the wind turbine. It's probably these. It's probably a cyclone rather than a... Yeah. Okay. So to repair these, I'm going to need a fuckload of materials. Fabric, glass, silicon, copper, aluminium. Fabric, glass, silicon, copper, aluminium. Fabric, copper, and silicon. Same, so those solars will also be tier 2s. That makes sense. A to-do list. I think being able to pin a resource or like I want to make X or I want to do it. So let me pin it so it can show up in the like somewhere on the UI so I can remember that. I'm now having to remember the rough amounts of several things that I need: copper, silicon, fabric, aluminium, and one other part that I'm definitely going to piss myself off by forgetting. Is this a ladder? No, it's not. It's just a ledge. Oops. Probably shouldn't have just left that quite as full of stuff as I did. It's a ladder if you push the button at the top? I mean, I guess. That makes sense. Okay, we need the silicon. We don't need the gold. I don't remember gold being on that list. Okay, we've got plastic, we've got iron, copper, silicon, aluminium 25. I don't need quite that much iron. Gonna run out of a lot of storage space though. Steel, fabric. Hi. Yeah, who's a good boy? Yeah, I'm not coming with you for cuddles though. It's not happening. Iron, plastic, copper. Didn't see glass on that list. No, we're not over encumbered anymore. Oh wait, we are? So we had 98 out of 100. Yeah, we're not over encumbered. Unless it's when you get close to the threshold. Thank you for sticking with us through the ads, chat. As you know, those ads are what allow me to do my stretches, look after B, generally. Make sure you look after yourselves too during the ad break. You are stretching, doing what you need to. There we go. Maybe stay with me. 3.2 out of... What? Okay, fine. Your weight is... Ah, okay. Your weight is also within equipped items, which isn't intuitive. You can see your actual weight when you open your inventory, the bottom right. Yeah, oh, that's... Thank you for that. Yeah, that's... I would agree that isn't intuitive. Know where this is gonna go in this moment. What's going on? How you doing, Chicago Strong? Good to see you, bud. Good boy. Yeah. Good boy. I didn't finish fixing that, did I? Distracted by the bubba. As always. That's a lot more power output. That's for sure. I'm going to be 1 iron short. How disappointing is that? Deeply funny. Oh no, this one wasn't quite as damaged. We like that. Yeah, your birdo thing is when it's 100%, it doesn't tell you how much over you are. It just says 100%. And my problem was that I was over when I didn't know. Ah. See, 1, 2, 3. Why? Ah, unholstered. I'm not quite sure how useful solar panels will be right now, but hey, at least we'll be done on our task. You can post a photo of your cat in Discord. I imagine that these are going to be churning out power now during the storm. Yeah, nice. What is this for? Names. Okay, how do I open this up? Is it opening there? Okay, it's already open then. My power can't make its mind up as to what it's doing. That was very smooth and also well thought through. You threw your doggo. Thank you very much for that, Damac. I'll have a look at those after stream. I like going through the pets channels every now and then. That's why it was trying to equalize me with the system. Whereas before I had it set up properly to fill me up. And this one should actually, we could set to... do this, just fuel myself up a bit. You only equalize the base connector? Yes. Okay, there you go. That power is flowing properly. I don't want that to... I only want that to pull power when it needs it rather than equalizing to it. Geez, generating power on board my ship is going to be a challenge. I'm just thinking about it now, actually. Oh, 7. Fabric and plastic. I'll have that. Don't fall off the edge, please. I'm pretty sure there's a shark down there. Fabric and recycling do not store power and already only consume power when it's... There is that, but when I use it, I want it to draw power from it rather than draw power from me. So... underneath this... rubber tires, I'm fine. Ooh. Shark is friend. I don't believe any of you when you say that the shark is friend. The shark doesn't look like friend. I'm going to be really honest with you. He looks like the opposite of a friend. I know exactly how much I can trust you guys, and it's not a huge amount when it comes to things like that. Just saying. Interesting. What a nice shark, not a nice shark. Oh, hello Vicky, how are you do? Right. This is what I wanted to investigate. I'm probably going to go get some more power again in a second. Yep, do that. Sharks have feelings too, and I hurt his. He gave me a really dirty look when I got close to him a minute ago. I just don't trust him. That's all it is. You wouldn't trust the shark too if you were, you know, a fragile robot. Power. I'm going to spend those extra points that I had on some additional lifting weight. Not that one. Lifting capacity. We'll do... How many points? 14 unused. 12.5% on that. There you go. 5% consup. That seems to make more sense this way. Horrible, horrible weather in game. I'm not going to make Bailey fight a shark. That's not reasonable, is it? Wouldn't do that. Not jump down there. He'll love the eels. What eels? Not interesting. Okay. Why is there sludge? The fuck was that, chat? Gelatinous ooze. Yeah, not a fan, have to say. Connect the pistol to myself, charge up a bit. What was that? Little tech scraps. Electric grenade. Well, that also looks like a bad idea, so I don't really want to jump down that either. Oh. Let me out. What do you mean? I did just jump and it bounced off. See? See? I don't want to jump down. I don't want to do that. Look at how much loot I've been missing out on. Got loot to gather. I don't trust down. Down's not safe. Didn't check down here. Horses are killing more people than the sharks yearly. I believe that. There could be anything if you go down. There could even be a boat. You know what? I would believe that there's a boat down there. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. I'd believe that. I would trust you for once, chat, if you told me that there was a boat down there. And I know that sounds unlikely. This is a story-based survival crafting game, as far as I understand it. In the, yes, there's probably a bunch of different jump scares that are going to scare the bejesus out of me, but fine. Dismantle. Yeah. Hippos are very, very dangerous. Like, of all the animals on this planet that I would least likely, I would least like to... 2 people, but 6. Interesting. Yeah, of all the creatures on this planet I would like to not come face to face with, a hippo is definitely up there. They might look like cute water pigs, but those things are vicious, fast, very, very angry, very, very territorial, and pretty hyper-evolved for the environment they live in. And I'm not any of those things compared to a hippo. They can run at like 30 miles an hour while rotating their tails like a helicopter turbine blade. Yeah, but it's not built like a horse. It's built like someone took a pig and were like, we could make you more hench. They run along the bottom of the water and all kinds of stuff. The hippos are horrifying. Like, if you ever want to scare yourself about the animal kingdom, go and look up how hippos work, because you're gonna. That's the last we heard of Chicago Strong. Okay, we'll jump down this one. Into the water. Ideal. Perfect. Couldn't have asked for anything more. Don't leave those tech scraps lying around. Mooring. Deposit all trash. We found crayons. Amazing. Let's keep the crayons safe, otherwise chat will eat them. Who's a good boy? Yeah, you're a good boy. Yeah? You want to come up here for a cuddle? No? You just want to shout for attention. Okay. He's so adorable. He just looks up at me and I can't say no. Like, oh, that's another recyclable item. Vitamin D is the output for that. Okay. Kind of weird, but fine. 5 consumable batteries. You know, this room looks pretty safe and reasonable. The perfect place to store all of my crap. We're getting close to the point where I feel like we could probably think about leaving. I don't know. When do people recommend that we leave this area? Those of you who are experts. I also love the saving mechanic. That's a really cool feature, to be honest. We could probably drain more from this area, but I'm going to leave those 2 batteries at least powered up a little bit. And we'll just harvest some more bits. When you're ready, I mean, I don't know when, because you could be, the thing about these games, and this is what happens in June, and this is why, you know, in June often I ended up carrying around an awful lot of items, where it's very easy to over-prepare in a survival crafting game. Like, over-preparing is something that often benefits you quite a lot, but it's a matter of what is over-preparing in some of these situations. Hello, have you come back? Sitting right alongside me, baby boy. I know you want me to come and cuddle like I did yesterday, but unfortunately, not a vet's day today, it's a working day, Bailey. He did do very well with his checkup yesterday. He's in good health. Those of you who are wondering and asking, I appreciate it. Did I get all the robot and bed salvage? I did indeed, Saren, yes. I mean, I feel like... Oh, I know, baby boy. Let's unlock the fabricator, unlock the recycler. Gonna have to make those. I'm gonna have to make those at some point. Gonna need that at some point. Electric generator. Oh, interesting. Okay. If I unlock that, I should be able to extract all the parts from it. We can also make the medium storage, which is helpful. Need to get to level 7 and then level 8. Replacing the cyclone as a level 8 might be difficult. I may end up leaving one of the cyclones. Oh, I don't want to leave the cyclones. You'll run out of space to put stuff in soon? That sounds like that sounds like a challenge. No, this is not currently multiplayer, although some people were saying that the devs have said that they are willing and interested in looking at a multiplayer long term. Every other streamer you've seen play this game left as soon as they got the boat function and struggled after they left. Idiots. Yeah, who's a good baby boy? You just want attention, don't you? Okay. Is that what you wanted after all this time? You just wanted to be a big baby. Yeah, he did. Okay. Yes, who's a beautiful kitten. Yeah, good boy. Okay, you just settle in there. Is that what you're doing? I go with yes. So this is obviously putting out 2 kilowatts of power each. These are each doing, I think, 1 kilowatt of power. Oh no, 4 kilowatts. Jeez, okay, so that's really rapidly filling up the ship. I'm going to start by dismantling this one. You rarely see B in his catchery. Did it break? No, it's right there. He just doesn't want to be in it. He's just in, at the moment, he's in a bit of a mood where he doesn't want to use his catcheries. You know what cats are like. They're not the most reliable. Yeah, I realized that on the last one, Mythicus. Thank you. Hello, Dragon. How are you doing? It's a lot easier to use those ladders when you actually deploy them. You're doing all right to quit a toxic job. I'm doing all right, bud. I'm glad to hear that you're leaving that kind of toxic work environment. Obviously, it's never necessarily easy leaving a job like that, but if you've got somewhere lined up, then good for you. And if not, you've taken an even bigger step, which is to not deal with the level of bullshit. So good for you, bud. Like I said, it's not always easy. So proud of you, Dragon. Good job. We've all been in toxic jobs. We all know what it's like to work for really awful bosses and stuff these day and age, and don't need it. Better opportunity? Oh, I'm really pleased to hear it, bud. I'm glad. Really glad. So if I understand correctly, if I come to the front of the ship, I should be able to go into build. Make one of these. So normally I would expect to put those into a can't put them all directly into that. So if I go these, so the panels get blocked by shadow, and that includes other panels. That doesn't surprise me. We saw that earlier upstairs, but I want to try. I'm going to play around with this first and see if this works. I've got no more electrical cables, so that's rude. Why have I done it this way? It's a bit of a dumb thing to do, isn't it? Actually, you'll reel that one in. Fabricate there. Fabricate there. You go into that one. You go into this one. You go into that one. I would also like it if there was some kind of grid-based snapping. That would be quite nice for lining up to your ship. None of you should be draining at any point. Nice. Okay, so that should actually be bringing power directly into my ship once it's traveling. Just neat. There we go. Connected to me. Power me up. Whoa. Snap the grids are very requested. That makes sense. You missed the past 20 minutes of stream dealing with AA gas safety engineer fixed some bad pipes. I'm glad that that they've come out and fixed your pipes, though. That's the main thing. We're doing all right so far. I keep on making silly mistakes, but I'm learning. Some things are becoming a bit more natural. Some things aren't. I need to change this cable up here to be input only now, so that it can fully charge up my ship. I probably could have done that down there, couldn't I, actually, thinking about it? Because that's currently set to equalize, but if I set this to be like that, and I drain the power from that one, power in that way from the ones that are upstairs, there you go, my ship is fully fueled. Is it worth gathering all of this cable in? I don't know if it's really I mean, it will be necessary, won't it? Yeah, I'll gather all this cable back in, because I'm not going to leave anything here. Although I really wouldn't... How far off of the level are we? Yeah, we're nowhere near large enough to get to level 8, so I might... I'm just going to dismantle those wind turbines that we don't need. Yeah. Right. Asks. Oh, cool, okay. Strange, but fine. Not worth me waiting to do a level and a half before coming back, just in order to save from making a slight loss on these. I might as well accept that loss and then use elsewhere for building those up once I've got the levels for it. Num 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 num. Num 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 num. It's like a giant piece of spaghetti. It's like the longest noodle you can imagine, see? Num 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 num. Get back here. Oops. Could have a problem. Yep. Health. However, is this still set to equalize? Nope. Give myself some more fuel. How are you all doing out there? They are keeping the base powered. I probably don't need to keep the base powered. Can I make another battery on board the ship yet at level 6? Backpack. Petrol generator. No. It looks like level 7... Level 8 has one? Level 8 has it in here, medium battery. I can make a bunch of small batteries, but I don't feel like that's going to be that necessary. What do I need to make a small battery? Battery cells and connector ports. Who's a good boy? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Who's a lovely baby boy? Where's that flop? You gonna do another flop? He's so funny. Don't need that on. Stop it. God damn it, Kronos, stop it wasting your power. Why is my power drain? Because I'm assuming I'm over encumbered. It's shouting at me, I'm guessing. More batteries are used for the most of the party. They do seem that way. Hi, Bailey. Okay, fine. I guess. We've got 1 kilowatt hour of stuff saved there, I guess. That'll help. Oh, you won't fit. That's annoying. How heavy is this stuff? Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. Here it's the bull cap, yeah? What's the point? What's the problem? That's something you see every day, right? I love how the gold is very, very green in that view as well. Look at my beautiful storage solutions, chat. Beautiful storage solution. Meow, meow, meow. Hello. It was a beautiful kitten. Yeah. You're such a big baby. Yeah. Oh, ow. Oh, that didn't feel good. Maybe I will be a bit more careful with my back. Yeah, this is like what the British Museum archives and storage looks like. It's very, very organized, okay? We're very good. Look, it's beautifully organized. It's lovely and clear. We've left nothing. There's nothing in this room that we need to see, okay? Nothing to look at. That can wait. Whee! I like that, holding the Q to do that. Okay, so we are pretty much ready to cast off. Do I have stretch I need to do for my back? I do, yes. More. Wait, how are we moored up? Are we moored up? Do you work underwater? Apparently, yes. There's an anchor at the front. Is that what I need to raise or lower of some kind? I'm guessing it's controlled then from the vehicle storage rather than from where I'm at. Do this. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Hello, the Lost Womp Rat. Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid of 11 people. You are a legend. Great to see you. How are you doing today? Just do this. Back up. Make a save. Yeah. Yeah, we saving. Oh, okay. You want more love. Okay. You're so adorable. You're so adorable, Bailey, but you're such a big baby bitch. Yeah. Yeah, I know you shout at me for it. Yeah. Yeah. Who's a big baby? Yeah. Oh, you're so demanding today. You just love attention and fuss. Yeah. Who's a good baby boy? We're all spiced up. I'm glad that you're spiced up. The community base up and running? Awesome. That's what we like. Okay, I think we're ready to leave this area. Open the dock doors and sail out. Oh. Man, I can't believe who stored all this random shit up here. Getting that over the barrier was annoying. That's a problem for future Chronos. Turn off main power, which is a medium battery. That's the system we saw for data transfers.
This vessel is more than just machinery. It's your refuge. Your home now. Sail forth, Caretaker. Reclaim the waters humanity once commanded.
There's a treasure chest to my right. It has spikes in it. That looks more like a sea mine than a treasure chest. I'm going to be really honest.
Will illuminate our way. Beacon 49, eastward, should be...
However, there was something weird on this side that I wanted to go check out what it was. And then there's the whole thing around raising and lowering this net that I wanted to check out. So there's a buoy, as the Americans seem to call it. I don't know why. That'll slowly fill up with sea junk. Well, I can see junk, I guess. This is what I want. This is what I was wondering about. What is this, okay, this is a little bit slower than one would expect. Ooh. They contain a bunch of loot. Is that what it means? If the light is green, then it has loot. If the light isn't green, then there's no loot? Is that what we're saying? I missed an electric turbine thing in the save room. Oh, what, you mean one of the little batteries? Yeah. Sail to navigational beacon 49. East of Sanctuary Docks 37. Okay. So I've got a degree marker shown at the top of the map. I've got steerage indicators in the bottom. We can set... Oh, there we go. We have got like a large marker. So you see directly towards my prow now, there's a little floating box in the water before the sea mine. What is that? Is that the sea scrap that we're talking about? You need to try ram the mine just for curiosity. How quickly can I save? What sea mine? I can't see any sea mines. That was a surprisingly small explosion. We could probably hit more of those. Weird. Okay. Now, what does that tell me? Nothing. 60% is my hull health. Plenty of health. I wish these buttons were pressable. That'd be great fun. Oh, it also took out one of my solar panels. Look at that. I've only got 3 solar panels now.
You'll need to master basic crafting skills and generate your own resources to survive. Begin by fabricating a Lumalite solar panel.
Yeah, I know that's the health, but I'm trying to work out something for this. So yeah, I'm guessing that box out there is some kind of loot that's brought in by the net. Go away. Ooh. What? 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 Okay. Wait. Don't think I'm gonna have time for this. There was the explosion, but this time at least I saved the what's the word? Solar panel, that's the word I was looking for. Sometimes physics go jank. Okay, well, it's good to know that that's a thing. At least we have a bit more of an understanding of what not to do on the go now. Probably doing our recycling on the go, not the best idea. Do not place cables next to close to boat walls. Why is that, Carbide? Sorry, I need to understand what, when you're giving me these bits of information, I like to understand why I shouldn't do certain things. Okay, we'll pull this up. Loot it. Cables jiggle and can catch onto something. Oh god, okay. I'll just dismantle these the normal way then.
Master basic crafting skills and generate your own resources to survive. Begin by fabricating a Lumalite solar panel.
See, was that cables? Because that happened when I was carrying something else. The build Luminid, or do you want me to build a Lumilite? A Lumilite solar panel.
Good job. You've successfully learned to craft and produce resources.
Not make it quite as close to the edge as I did before. That's a... I need this. Four kilograms. Was that another one of those? Yes, I need to work out how to repair my ship other than just doing this. Unless this is just the only way that we're meant to do it, which makes sense. Thor wants to know... Wait, sorry, I was dealing with a bunch of different things at the same time. What's the question? Thor wants to know if you boil it, does it become more British? The more that we boil anything? Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, the more you boil something, the more British it becomes, 100%. Yeah, that's how that works. Yeah, I'm glad that you understand, Thor. Goliath and the Spectre, hope you are doing well. Thank you both very much for those resubs. Goliath with Prime for 6 months and Spectre with 6 months tier 1. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you very much. I'm just going to save this again because trying not to blow myself up is apparently difficult. Apparently I shouldn't try and drive the ship while I'm trying to make stuff at the same time. Oh, where did all my iron go? Keep an eye on what I'm actually doing here. Okay, we've got enough fuel. Electricity is doing okay. Wind speed is rough. Okay, let's just change our heading slightly. If you boil a Brit, generally you get a very, very, like, unhappy person. That's how it's going to work. Sorry, Thor, I didn't actually see that you were here. My bad. I was, doing what Winky advised, where I, you know, pay attention to the game I'm playing rather than chat. Horrifying, I know. Exactly, like you say, I don't love chat enough, that's what it is. The only possible solution and answer. 600 meters away from the location target. Go here. Another engine for the electrics. We're still short on iron parts. God damn. Yeah, it is indeed Bailey. He is here, Jedi. He's just chilling. You alright there, B? What's up? What's up, baby boy? Need to make one connector port, one alloy frame, which is this one. No. Alloy frame, that one. Aha. Dream of blindness, indeed. It doesn't use raw materials, no, it uses refined materials. Hi, Bailey. Oh.
The beacon is here, silent and dark.
No.
Systems here sleep without power, and without their signal, we drift aimlessly. Bring back the power, and awaken the beacon's voice to guide us forward.
Sorry, B, it's been a little bit of a while since I last did my powerboat training. My anchor down? Well, I just feel kind of ominous, probably because it is. I need to do some mooring. I like those mooring mechanics. Those are nice. That's good mooring mechanics. We very much a fan of that. Solar cells. Let's play turbo solar cell. Here we go. Make one of these. Okay, there's a reason why I'm okay with boat mooring. It's because I've done it before. Hi, baby boy. You want attention? So what some of you might not know is that when I was a teenager, I spent 6 weeks of summers generally working with the harbour master in a town on the south coast of the UK. So I can do a little bit of mooring and other things. Wait, I thought I just finished making... Ah, there we go. Nice, there we go. Look at that. Power in the darkness. Restore the power and reactivate the navigational relay at beacon 49. Oh, it's because you have to look at the bottom of it. I'm still not used to that bit. You've still got power. Not for long. The weather effects in the game are so nice. I'm really liking it so far. They've done very... You are... weird ash silverfish things. Fine. I don't know where they all came from. Welcome to night. Oh, so that's a nighttime thing, is it? Okay, that makes a lot of sense. The day-night cycle being a thing is a thing. I can't do this that often, so I probably shouldn't use power directly drawn from my ship where I don't want to. Just charge up my gun. They come from the ocean. Horrifying. What do you mean? You said, oh, we're getting jank physics. How do you mean? Is it because I'm moored with 2 of them? I'm getting XP for this, though, which is nice. It is likely to do with... Okay, I think I know what's up. Give me 1 line. Then if we do... We take the anchor up and we're only more... What is that red floating blob in the water? That looks horrifying. What is that? You can see me looking at it. No trust. No trust at all. Oh, well, thank you, Chorus. We you know, like I say, these things take a while, and I'm absolutely happy to wait. Oh my god, there's a lot of robots and such up there. Look at all of this XP. Anchoring is a good idea because cables can fail. I think you are right. I need to remove that mooring line because we are a little bit stuck below the side here. Free XP, I guess. You can anchor by pressing the red button aside the wheel. That makes more sense. I'm just going to see if I can drift off, but I don't know if I can. The game doesn't let you push off, does it? It'll be because I'm being pushed on by the tide or the wind, I'm guessing. No, I should be being pushed off. Oh, there we go. We are slowly getting pushed away. Anchored. There we go. That's better. A little bit further away from the edge this time, but I can jump that gap. Oh, that's also not going to help. What is this thing? Oh, I killed it. I'm excellent. Hard to know what the range on the electric pistol is, really. Look at how well anchored I am. I guess that is one way of anchoring your ship, right? It technically counts as being anchored, right? That's where the silverfish would come from. That makes sense why I was A, stuck on something, and B, struggling. Yeah, this is... You might not like it. This is how anchoring a ship works in real life. You just kind of chuck the anchor on the side and that'll be fine. Why not? Imagine playing it without knowing what his mooring lines. Took a while to discover it. I used the mooring lines, and then people in chat told me to not use the mooring lines because they could sometimes be buggy. So I didn't. I might still put the mooring lines on now, but my anchor appears to be doing the job, you know. You got a bug with the anchor of the demo? I feel like putting the bug on the actual thing that you're mooring up to is probably a bug, but fine. Makes sense, you're right. Take some more. You can use mooring lines to hook them up, then drop anchors to take mooring lines off. That's broadly what I did, I guess, when I think about it. I used the anchor to get mostly in place and then was fine. Like, the mooring line wasn't needed, but the anchor is in a very safe location. I know that the anchor is safe. Completely safe. Yeah, see, the mooring cables hold it a lot tighter than the anchor does there. Pull this up. You only got a bug when you exploded a bunch of diesel containers in the basement. I can imagine. I mean, we have seen already that the boat could just like flip over if it feels like it, which is fine, I guess. I think that's quite fun. I have a theory. If this is like Raft, I can leave the net down, and because the water's moving beneath me, it will let me push through. Yeah, it's fine. Right, we should be ready to go and explore this location. Hi, what is it, baby boy? You want love and attention? One second, chat, bear with me. Okay, those of you who are here, thank you all very much. I'm going to continue this tomorrow. What I'm going to do now is go and give Bailey a cuddle, because he's very clearly asking for one. He wants to snuggle. He's been asking for about an hour and a half, 2 hours now, so I'm going to go and do that. What we're going to do is we're going to raid into a good friend of ours who just popped into chat. Thank you all very much for being here. I will be back tomorrow, normal time, longer stream tomorrow, less setup. It'll be some of this, but it'll also be something else. I might set something up this evening if I have time. So stick around tomorrow for potentially a surprise. Thank you all very much for being here. I hope you've had a great day. Have a great evening and look after yourselves. Take it easy. Catch you guys later. Have fun.